Chapter 91 Sixth Brother Lei Zhen. Yi Tianxin shook his head, his expression complex and revealing a hint of reluctance. No, I can't leave. There are at least 100 children trapped in the village 3 miles ahead. They were all abducted from all over the continent by those degenerates. If I ignore them, their fate will be terrible. Regarding Yi Tianxin's character, Douluo only said one short sentence: he is a healer who helps the world and is selfless. Even at the risk of his own safety, he was determined to save those children, which is enough to prove that Yi Tianxin's reputation is well deserved. Qin Yuan stopped urging him and decided to slightly change the plan. Senior, listen to me later, we will definitely be able to save the children. He didn't know what had happened in between, but anything that could make a senior like Yi Tianxin disregard her status and ask him to take action must be a very important matter. Qin Yuan and Yi Tianxin slowed down, deliberately letting the 4 soul saints behind them catch up, and then ran head-on into the 7 treasure glazed tile school team led by Ning Tai. Upon seeing Yi Tianxin behind Qin Yuan, Ning Tai was overjoyed. Mr. Qin, thank you for finding Senior Yi for us. I will definitely speak well of you to the sect master when we return. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful soul force attack shot out from behind Qin Yuan, nearly killing him. Ning Tai only noticed the abnormal situation when he dodged. Ning Tai, my soul power is too depleted, stop them quickly. Qin Yuan shouted. Seeing the enemy attacking their own camp, Ning Tai no longer cared about anything else. As long as Yi Tianxin remains in their hands, this battle will inevitably end in victory for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. While arranging for Qin Yuan and Yi Tianxin to join the team, Ning Tai directed the strong members of the team to block the attack of the 4 soul saints. He himself quickly activated the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul to provide a boost to his own team's powerful members. Qin Yuan had just stopped when he grabbed a support-type soul master from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I've sacrificed so much for you all. Restore my soul power, quick. This person only has the cultivation of a soul king, how dare he disobey Qin Yuan? Furthermore, it was Ning Tai who allowed Qin Yuan to join the team, which means they are on the same side. Yi Tianxin remained silent, and under the pretext of providing support, quietly offered treatment to the experts from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. His soul power aura was quite unique, and as he continued to use his soul skills, the powerful figures from other forces would soon notice him. Despite being restrained, Douluo, with his keen senses, noticed the situation on the scene. He didn't know what had happened, but he believed in Qin Yuan's abilities to handle the complicated situation ahead and get Yi Tianxin out of there. Back then, Qin Yuan single-handedly stormed into the complex city of sylphs and successfully brought Yi Lingling out. This time, there's a good chance they'll bring Yi Tianxin out. With this thought in mind, Douluo felt there was no need to wait any longer. Forget it, I'm all alone, with no one to help me, I can't compete with you. Since you're interested, you can have it. Just remember to tell old Yi that I've been here. Ghost Douluo asked curiously, Old Poison Master, this isn't like you. What, you're giving up now? Or do you have other plans? Douluo had no obligation to explain, and turned to leave. Think what you want. If you don't believe me, you can follow me. You'll only delay your efforts to win over Yi Tianxin. Anyway, it's not me who will get scolded. Ghost Douluo was not at ease and chose to follow him for a while. Seeing that Douluo had left the area of Lock Dragon City and was going in the opposite direction from where Yi Tianxin's aura appeared, he relaxed his vigilance and prepared to go and support Chrysanthemum Douluo. However, before that, he released Juliana and the other 3 from his treasure bag and settled them in the city to avoid the fight. Qin Yuan's plan worked. Sensing Yi Tianxin's presence, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the Spirit Hall's Soul Saint team rushed to the scene immediately. Ning Tai was directing the 7 treasure glazed tile school's experts to deal with the 4 evil soul masters, and had no energy to care about what was going on behind him. Fortunately, the powerful members of the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan spontaneously started fighting, creating a 4-way melee, which prevented the 7 treasure glazed tile school from facing a pincer attack. Qin Yuan, along with Yi Tianxin, sometimes helped the 7 treasure glazed tile school in battle, and sometimes joined the Spirit Hall camp. While darting to the sides, the 2 found a suitable opportunity to conceal their presence and escape the battlefield. Everyone was so engrossed in the fighting that no one noticed the key figure had already slipped away. On the way to the village, Yi Tianxin beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. It's my fault, I became an accomplice to those degenerates. Yi Tianxin wouldn't fall for ordinary sweet talk. The old man in black robes touched a nerve, which is why he stayed in the village to cure the children. Those children, separated from their parents at a young age and having experienced displacement and hardship, are in very poor health. With Yi Tianxin's arrival, no more children in the village died young. However, as the children grew up, the old man in black robes said, "Let them go out and make their own way in the world." At first everything was normal, but over the years, many children have left, and none of them have ever come back. Over time, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but have doubts. She wanted to find out what was going on, but the villagers all kept their mouths shut and wouldn't reveal anything. Such a blatant attempt to cover up his actions aroused Yi Tianxin's bad intentions. When he tried to leave, he was stopped by the old man in black robes and was eventually imprisoned until now. The cultivation of evil soul masters requires human guidance. The essence and blood of children are extremely rare, and I never expected that they would develop it into an industry chain, producing and selling their own blood. Qin Yuan's face was grave, and he wished he could storm into the evil soul master's lair on the spot. This is absolutely outrageous. Once it gets out, it will definitely be a major news story that will shake the entire mainland. However, his and Yi Tianxin's whereabouts were still exposed. A familiar figure blocked their path. The newcomer was burly, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and his body crackled with lightning, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. "Mr. Qin, you're not being honest. You've made the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the spirit hall run around like fools. Aren't you afraid they'll come after you?" The visitor was none other than Duke Lei Zhen of the Heavenly Dou Empire, and also Lei Meng's father. Qin Yuan stopped, gave a bitter smile, knowing he was no match for his opponent, and did not put up a futile resistance. Since other forces have already appeared within the Heaven Dou Empire, how could there be no powerful members of the Heaven Dou royal family? Lei Zhen's appearance was perfectly timed. Fortunately, the two sides had a close relationship. Otherwise, not only would Lei Zhen have taken the credit, but Qin Yuan himself would have been in danger. "Brother Lei, come with me to save people. It concerns the lives of over 100 children." Lei Zhen frowned, but did not refuse. He followed them the whole way. Qin Yuan and his companion did not flee immediately, but instead turned back. Something must have happened. Given Yi Tianxin's personal admission, he had no reason not to give him face. Besides, he was all alone, and he had been lying in the shadows all along, just to gain Yi Tianxin's favor, right? Chapter 92 Final Stage. Demon Slaying Douluo. Most of the evil spirit masters in the village gradually withdrew, and the 4 strongest among them were also entangled by the experts from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The strongest of the remaining evil soul masters is only at the level of a soul emperor. The 3 arrived at the outskirts of the village, concealing their presence and not rushing to make a move. The young children cried incessantly because of the fighting outside. However, without Yi Tianxin, these evil spirit masters no longer concealed their brutality, frequently beating and scolding the children. They even went so far as to kill them. Damn it, I never thought there were such heartless bastards within the empire. Lei Zhen clenched his fists, his tiger eyes bloodshot, as if sparks could fly out at any moment. If he weren't worried about the children being taken hostage, he would have torn that beast to pieces on the spot. The 3 were extremely angry, but they forced themselves to calm down. Qin Yuan said in a deep voice, "My movement technique allows me to silently sneak up behind them. However, we don't yet know how many people are in the village, and if we make a mistake, the resulting surge of soul power will inevitably put the children's lives in danger." Yi Tianxin said repeatedly, "Don't worry, I will unleash my soul skills to the fullest extent. As long as the children are not instantly killed, they can all be saved." Lei Zhen added, "But doing so will expose your soul power aura. The major forces involved in the later melee will arrive immediately. At that time, Brother Qin and I alone will not be able to take you away. Yi Tianxin is the eye of this storm. The Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school are the kind of forces that won't act until they see a clear benefit. If Yi Tianxin doesn't join a faction tonight, he might not be able to leave this village at all, since they've stopped him." Yi Tianxin remained calm and insisted, "Do as I say. If it can save the children, it will all be worth it." "All right, if you can get away today, Senior, we'll definitely drink until we drop another day." Qin Yuan respected his idea. Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen exchanged a glance, and like old friends who had worked together for many years, they immediately understood each other's plans. According to Qin Yuan's detection of soul power aura, there are 6 evil soul masters in the village, 3 of whom are soul emperors, and the rest have cultivation levels ranging from soul sect to soul king. Qin Yuan concealed his presence and, relying on his agile movements, quickly approached a soul emperor expert from behind. When Lei Zhen reached the other soul emperor expert from behind, the two attacked simultaneously. The moment the flaming blade appeared, the pitch-black night seemed to be illuminated. Qin Yuan raised his blade and severed half of a soul emperor's body, easily killing him. Lei Zhen's approach was even more straightforward and brutal. His thick, granite-like hands easily crushed the head of a soul emperor. What's going on? The moment a surge of soul power flashed through the village, it alerted the remaining evil soul masters. 2 weaker evil spirit masters were sent out to investigate the situation. When they found the bodies of the 2 soul emperors and were about to report, 2 dark shadows appeared behind them. Lei Zhen crushed their heads, 1 in each hand. They got off too easy. For what they did, they deserved to be torn to pieces. Lei Zhen was furious. The remaining 2 possessed the cultivation levels of Soul Emperor and Soul King. With Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen's strength, dealing with them wouldn't be difficult, but avoiding harming the child wouldn't be so easy. Qin Yuan suggested, "Brother Lei's martial spirit is a spear. Let's each take one and try to kill them from a distance." On the battlefield, Lei Zhen has killed many people with his martial spirit. He can guarantee his accuracy. As for Qin Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." After making the arrangements, Qin Yuan used his agility to leap towards a house not far away. As he reached the door, Lei Zhen threw his spear. Qin Yuan lacks long-range throwing skills, but at close range, he is capable of delivering a fatal blow. The blazing blade and the thunderous spear, one after the other, swiftly dispatched the 2 evil soul masters. The thunderous war spear was too powerful. When it struck the Soul Emperor, it shattered him instantly. The children, unaware of Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen's purpose, cried louder and louder. Before Qin Yuan could comfort the children, Lei Zhen rushed into the room and urged, "Take Yi Tianxin and leave." "Brother Lei, you." Qin Yuan hesitated slightly. Leaving Lei Zhen to face the pressure from multiple forces alone is probably. Lei Zhen spoke rapidly, urging again, "If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Brother Qin, I, Lei Zhen, have never admired many people in my life, but you are one of them. Senior Yi doesn't want to join any faction, so don't make things difficult for him. Let's have a drink together when we get to Heaven-Do City." Qin Yuan nodded seriously, then turned and quickly left. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has powerful Soul Saint experts, including 2 peak Soul Saints. The 4 evil Soul Masters at the Soul Saint level were eventually killed by them. Originally, Ning Tai planned to lead his men to break through the encirclement of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan in the Spirit Hall. But when he looked back, Qin Yuan had already disappeared with Yi Tianxin. Just as they were fighting, Yi Tianxin's soul power fluctuations came from afar. The 3 forces instantly reached a consensus and rushed towards the village. When they arrived, they did not find Yi Tianxin. There was only Lei Zhen playing in the village with about 100 children. "Your Grace, where is Senior Yi?" Ning Tai stepped forward and asked respectfully. Lei Zhen sneered, "Who do you think you are, daring to question me?" The cardinal from the Spirit Hall immediately roared, "Lei Zhen, don't push your luck. Tell me, where did Yi Tianxin go?" Lei Zhen was a seasoned veteran in officialdom, outwardly irritable but inwardly extremely meticulous, so holding off these people was not difficult for him. Qin Yuan and Yi Tianxin ran north at full speed. However, he seemed to have underestimated the true strength of the Spirit Hall. Besides Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo who are openly known, the Spirit Hall also has demon-slaying Douluo hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Qin Yuan and Yi Tianxin fled here, only to be caught red-handed by him. Qin Yuan looked at Yi Tianxin with a face full of apology. Facing a super Douluo, they had no chance of escape. Even if Dugu Bo were here, he would not be a match for the demon-slaying Douluo. Why did Mr. Qin refuse the commission from my spirit hall? The demon-slaying Douluo did not blame him. He knew Qin Yuan's way of doing things, he only accepted commissions and had no principles. It's clear that the spirit hall hasn't formally entrusted Qin Yuan with this matter. Furthermore, during the chaotic battle, Qin Yuan didn't attack any of the spirit hall's experts, he even helped one of their cardinals. Therefore, the demon-slaying Douluo has no reason to attack him. Yi Tianxin stepped forward, blocking Qin Yuan behind him. Demon-slaying Douluo, why make things difficult for a mere child? I have no intention of joining any faction. If you are trying to win me over on behalf of the spirit hall, please leave. If you are unwilling to let go, I have no choice but to. The demon-slaying Douluo ignored his threat and instead said, the spirit hall sent so many powerful figures to rescue you, we can't just let it go like this. In the future, if you do one thing for the spirit hall unconditionally, I will let you leave. This is a very good deal, and it is also the bottom line of the spirit hall. Think carefully before you answer. Chapter 93 10,000 Year Soul Bone. Yi Tianxin looked slightly taken aback. It seemed that the demon-slaying Douluo before him was quite different from the demon-slaying Douluo he remembered. He had no right to refuse the other party's proposal. If he refuses, the demon-slaying Douluo will surely retaliate, and not only will he perish here, but he will also implicate Qin Yuan. Yi Tianxin knew that she had already implicated many people and was unwilling to harm the innocent any further, so she accepted the demon-slaying Douluo's final proposal. The demon-slaying Douluo stepped aside and said, Yi Tianxin, you can leave on your own. Mr. Qin has probably already told you the meeting place with Douluo. Go ahead, there will be no threat behind you. Yi Tianxin cupped his hands in greeting, then looked at Qin Yuan and said via telepathy, although the demon-slaying Douluo is arrogant, he is very principled. He probably won't lay a hand on you. Young friend, take care. When you go to Tiando City in the future, I will personally host a welcome dinner for you. After saying that, his figure quickly disappeared into the night. The demon-slaying Douluo looked at Qin Yuan with admiration instead of blame. You are indeed a loyal and righteous person. For Douluo's request, you single-handedly manipulated all the major forces. Come back with me. Without my explanation, you can't withstand Bibi Dong's wrath. He patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder and walked towards the village. On the way, demon-slaying Douluo talked a lot. This matter seems to be orchestrated by Bibi Dong, but in reality, it is full of loopholes. For example, you are a major variable, which has punctured her opportunities into numerous holes. With all the major forces involved, a single misstep could trigger a battle at the level of title Douluo's. That woman, Bibi Dong, is insane, she acts without considering the consequences. And the Grand Elder wouldn't let me come to check and fill the gaps. In hindsight, Bibi Dong's insane scheme could very well have killed a large number of innocent people. Fortunately, Qin Yuan did not follow Xie Yu's plan to start a battle in the city. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of people in Lock Dragon City will surely become victims of this struggle. At the same time, this could also evolve into a full-scale siege of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School by the Spirit Hall, which was provoked by Yi Tianxin. If it really comes to that, a war on the mainland will probably break out ahead of schedule. Of course, there was some exaggeration in what the demon-slaying Douluo said. The purpose was simply to get Qin Yuan to jump ship from the Papal Palace to the Hall of Worship and work for them. Qin Yuan listened silently, but his steps became increasingly steady. The full moon hangs high, the night breeze gently blows, and the forest rustles. The fierce battle of the night seems to have been brought to a close at this moment. After the demon-slaying Douluo appeared, he withdrew the Spirit Hall's troops. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, believing that Yi Tianxin had been recruited by the Spirit Hall, put aside their hostility and joined hands to withdraw from Lock Dragon City. The battle was called to a halt. The powerful figures from the Spirit Hall temporarily retreated to Lock Dragon City. The fact that the demon-slaying Douluo stood up for Qin Yuan indicated that this was an additional commission from the Hall of Worship to Qin Yuan, so the Spirit Hall naturally had no complaints against him. The damage to the Papal Palace was unrelated to the damage to the sanctuary. Furthermore, the favor Yi Tianxin received was accepted by the Hall of Offerings, which reaped enormous benefits from this action. Demon-slaying Douluo went back to report first, while Qin Yuan and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo prepared their troops together. Chrysanthemum. Demon Douluo was merely following orders to restrain the other title Douluos. Although Yu Tianxin ultimately escaped, with the help of demons subduing Douluo in the Hall of Offerings, they were spared from being purged by Bibi Dong afterward. For a moment, Qin Yuan felt a sense of shared misfortune with them, and the three of them sat together to discuss countermeasures. Chrysanthemum Douluo sighed. Teacher Qin, since you accepted the commission from the Hall of Offerings, why didn't you inform us in advance? Qin Yuan had never accepted the commission, it was merely an excuse used by the Hall of Worship to win him over and exonerate him. Speaking of the commission, he felt utterly cheated. Previously, he was unsure whether he could help Douluo Bo, so he did not ask the other party to assign him any tasks. The task is now complete, but a reward opportunity has been lost. Fortunately, Juliana and the other three had completed their mission, and he was guaranteed to obtain a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Senior Chrysanthemum Douluo, this matter is too complicated. Senior Demon subduing Douluo only mentioned it briefly at the time, and I don't think I can complete the relevant task. Fortunately, few powerful figures from various factions perished in this battle, otherwise, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. Betraying one's own people is an old tradition of the Spirit Hall. If it really comes to the point of a major war, neutral figures like Qin Yuan will inevitably be pushed out by Bibi Dong to quell the anger. But now, Bibi Dong has no chance to vent her anger on him. Lei Zhen rescued more than 100 children who were being held captive by evil spirit masters, and attributed all the credit to Qin Yuan and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has gained such a prestigious project for free, so Bibi Dong has even less reason to harm the meritorious officials. Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo was fortunate in a way, as he was spared from being implicated. After talking with Qin Yuan for a while, the two immediately organized people to settle more than 100 children. At the hotel, Juliana and the other three kept their eyes fixed on the view outside the window. They had long realized that the mission was not simple, not to mention that they had been put into Qin Yuan's treasure bag, but were then released by Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo did not explain to them, but the battle that broke out last night was quite significant, how could they be completely unaware of it? Before they could reach a conclusion, there was a knock on the door. Pushing open the door, the person who entered was none other than Qin Yuan. Teacher Qin, you. At this moment, Qin Yuan looked exhausted, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. Although the bloodstains on his clothes had dried, the stench was overwhelming. He looked like he had just come from the battlefield. Qin Yuan walked to the sofa on his own. Sun Xuantao acted swiftly and quickly poured him a glass of water. After resting for a while, Qin Yuan spoke. A major event happened last night, and there are many secrets involved, so don't ask too many questions. Just wait, the Spirit Hall will issue a province-wide announcement in the next couple of days. With Juliana and the other three having completed their mission, Qin Yuan had some free time, and the system panel appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket complete the 5-star mission, act as an examiner, and be responsible for assessing Juliana and others, as well as protecting their safety. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 100,000-year-old flame right leg soul bone has been issued. The host does not need to absorb it independently. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right leg. But soon, the stinging sensation disappeared, and a bone grew on his shin bone, the soul bone of the right leg of a 100,000-year flame. The soul bone is absorbed directly without the need for self-seclusion. As expected of the system, it doesn't waste any time at all, Qin Yuan thought to himself. On the other side, Yi Tianxin and Douluo Bo met. The two were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, and when they met, they couldn't help but chat for a long time. Before long, Douluo Bo pressed on, "Old Yi, where's brother Qin?" When Qin Yuan met Yi Tianxin, he had already explained his relationship with Douluo Bo. Yi Tianxin was not surprised by Douluo Bo's questioning inside. Young friend Qin was taken away by the demon-slaying Douluo. Chapter 94 Smashing the Novices. A challenge beyond their level. Hearing Yi Tianxin's explanation, Douluo Bo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Originally, he planned to leave with Qin Yuan, and once they reached the territory of Heaven Do City, even if the spirit hall harbored resentment, they would be unable to retaliate against Qin Yuan. With Qin Yuan's talent, he will soon grow into a powerful figure capable of standing on his own, at which point there will be no need to worry about the pressure from the spirit hall. However, the current situation is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Yi Tianxin voluntarily incurred a favor, and since the spirit hall had gained something, they naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Qin Yuan. Furthermore, given Qin Yuan's extraordinary talent, the spirit hall had no reason to harm him. After a pause, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but ask, "Douluo Bo, tell me honestly, how old is Qin Yuan this year? Such a young soul saint is a rare sight in my many years of traveling the continent." Douluo Bo suddenly smiled and said, "Old Yi, you'd better be prepared. Brother Qin's talent, even compared to Tang Hao back then, isn't much different." With the mission accomplished, Qin Yuan led Hu Liena and the other three back to Wuhan City to report back. During this period, the Spirit Hall issued a nationwide announcement to the entire continent. This indicates that a hideout of evil spirit masters was discovered near Lock Dragon City. While rescuing Yi Tianxin, more than 100 children who were being held captive by the evil spirit masters were also rescued. In this announcement, the Spirit Hall did not use fallen ones to refer to the group of evil spirit masters, but instead used the term evil spirit masters directly. After all, the actions of this group of evil spirit masters were indeed appalling, and their harm far exceeded that of the fallen ones. To prevent similar incidents from continuing to hide in the dark corners of the mainland, the Spirit Hall exposed the evil spirit master group to the entire continent. At the same time, the Spirit Hall also expressed its special thanks to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for their contributions to eradicating evil spirit masters. This can be seen as bringing a truce to an end to the struggle between the various forces. As for Qin Yuan, perhaps because he ruined Bibi Dong's good deed, he did not appear in the acknowledgements list. Finally, the Spirit Hall stated that one of the evil spirit masters, a sole Douluo level expert, had escaped, and issued a continent-wide arrest warrant. 2 days later, inside the Papal Palace, Qin Yuan's mission report arrived in Wuhan City before he himself. Bibi Dong read the contents and was immediately dumbfounded. To call bullying noobs a challenge beyond one's level, such a fresh and unconventional statement, I'm afraid only he could come up with it. Hu Liena and her 3 companions killed many soul masters during the mission. Such a record of easily defeating weaker opponents cannot be considered a true achievement. However, Qin Yuan still packaged it as a challenge beyond one's level, and included it in the total score of the 4 people. Of course, not all of their achievements were easy victories against opponents of higher levels. At least Hu Liena and her 3 companions teamed up to kill a Soul King, which is morally justifiable. Bibi Dong might not care about the scores of others, but Hu Liena's high score of 95 points was enough to re-establish the Spirit Hall's record for the highest score in the Genius Training Mission, which made Bibi Dong very satisfied. The resources of the Spirit Hall cannot be allocated by Bibi Dong alone. The examiners for this training mission were also recognized by the Hall of Offerings. Regardless of how much exaggeration there was in Qin Yuan's high score, the Hall of Offerings had to accept it reluctantly and provide Hu Liena with more cultivation resources. Qin Yuan, that troublemaker, did indeed ruin Bibi Dong's entire plan. But even without Qin Yuan, wouldn't the demon-slaying Douluo secretly cause trouble? Although the plan went terribly astray, the Spirit Hall gained a great deal of fame from it. These were all achievements of Bibi Dong, enough to enhance her prestige within the palace. As for Yi Tianxin, like Qin Yuan, he did not join any faction and was not considered a threat to the Spirit Hall. After much deliberation, Bibi Dong decided not to cause trouble for Qin Yuan. On the contrary, she even acknowledged Qin Yuan's abilities. Qin Yuan was able to pull off a golden cicada shedding its shell maneuver while surrounded by various powerful forces. With such abilities, wouldn't it be twice as effective to stir up the situation on the mainland in the future? Bibi Dong has always wanted to bring the Spirit Hall down from its pedestal, and with Qin Yuan's help, it will only be easier to carry out this in practice in the future. Moreover, Qin Yuan possesses the 7th ring of the 100,000-year-old divine trial, so he must have also undergone the divine trial. True allies are among gods. A few more days passed. Qin Yuan and Hu Liena arrived in front of Wuhan City. As they entered the city, Qin Yuan instructed them, "The four of you go back to the academy first. Do not report on the mission without being summoned by His Holiness the Pope, understand?" On their way, Hu Liena and her companions saw the Spirit Hall's announcement throughout the region. They also learned that something big had happened around Lock Dragon City. The matter is too complicated for them to explain clearly. It would be better to stay in the academy and wait to be summoned. As expected, news of Qin Yuan's entry into the city quickly reached Bibi Dong, who was immediately summoned to the papal palace to report. This time, Bibi Dong's expression was no longer lazy. Instead, she wore a half-smile as she looked Qin Yuan up and down. Bibi Dong remained silent, maintaining a scrutinizing gaze that exerted immense pressure on Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan remained calm and composed, standing like a pine tree, showing no inner turmoil. After a long silence, Bibi Dong spoke first, rebuking, "Is this how you shirk your responsibilities?" All four of them scored over 90 points, exceeding the Spirit Hall's records over the years. "How did you grade them?" Qin Yuan first bowed, then said, "Your Holiness, this mission is far too complex. And the assessment score is based on a multi-dimensional evaluation. Hu Liena and her team were able to eliminate the mission target and safely withdraw in a complex mission environment, which is a huge plus in itself. I think their performance deserves a high score. If they hadn't revealed their identities at the beginning and I hadn't deducted 5 points from them, perhaps all four of them could have scored over 95 points. Isn't this exactly the result Bibi Dong wanted?" Qin Yuan's blatant lies played right into Bibi Dong's hands. Bibi Dong looked much more relaxed as she leaned back in her high seat, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Upon seeing this, the guards inside the hall all left the hall and closed the door, leaving only Qin Yuan and Bibi Dong behind. "The seventh ring in 100,000 years, the first ring in 1,000 years, aren't you going to explain?" Bibi Dong asked calmly. Qin Yuan had already devised a plan from the beginning. In these situations, the more you explain, the worse it gets. The best explanation is to offer no explanation at all. "Since Your Holiness the Pope has already guessed, why do you need me to say it? I serve Your Holiness the Pope wholeheartedly, yet Your Holiness the Pope has kept the details of the mission from me. If it weren't for the demon-slaying Douluo taking the initiative to tell me, I would probably still be in the dark. Your Holiness, shouldn't you explain to me? I was unaware of the dangers involved. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid Hu Liena and the others will all perish in Dragon Lock City." Bibi Dong chuckled and crossed her legs. During a previous conversation with Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo, the latter informed Bibi Dong of some of her subtle actions and the intentions they represented. Chapter 95 Ning Fengji's attitude, 2 years later. At this moment, Bibi Dong crossed her legs, her face still showing some emotional fluctuation, indicating that she had no intention of pursuing the matter further, nor was she angry. Qin Yuan's explanation was enough to get away with it. If Bibi Dong speaks calmly and expressionlessly, that would be a real problem. "Very well, you've done a good job. Go back to the academy and continue teaching Nana and the others. I will grant your request." Qin Yuan didn't press the matter. He cupped his hands in greeting and then left the papal palace. Back at the Spirit Hall Academy, Qin Yuan had some free time. Hu Liena and the others had other training missions, but Bibi Dong did not assign Qin Yuan to be an examiner again. As news of Qin Yuan possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring spread quickly, scholars within the Spirit Hall flocked to him, wanting to use him as a living example to study the relevant theories of 100,000-year spirit rings. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's study. The plan to rescue Yi Tianxin not only failed, but also caused the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to lose a lot of its previous efforts. Of course, after arriving in Tiando City, Yi Tianxin visited the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to express his gratitude for the 2 sects' rescue efforts. This was merely a verbal expression of gratitude, not what the 2 major sects truly desired. However, they couldn't afford to offend Yi Tianxin, so they had no choice but to accept this loss. Ning Fengji and Swordbone Douluo sat together, analyzing the reasons for this defeat. Afterwards, when Ji Yurong led his team back to the sect, he learned a lot of information from Ning Tai. He was very dissatisfied with Qin Yuan's sudden defection. "Sect Master, how much benefit did Qin Yuan take from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Yet he dared to play tricks on Ningtai and run away with Yi Tianxin all by himself. This kind of person can never be truly tamed. Chen Xin tapped the table, reminding him, old bones, when Qin Yuan first met us, he made it clear that he would only accept commissions. This matter is obviously a commission that Old Poison Master gave him beforehand, and he is just doing Old Poison Master's job. Besides, he didn't harm any of the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples during the entire incident, did he? In that chaotic battle, Qin Yuan mainly targeted the powerful members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, thus avoiding the risk of many powerful members of the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school being injured. Even without any entrustment, this can be considered as doing one's best. Ji Yu Rong knew, of course, that he didn't really want to make trouble for Qin Yuan, he was just very unwilling to let the duck that was about to be caught fly away. Ning Fengji sighed softly and added, Uncle Ji Yu, I also asked Ning Tai about this matter. It's normal that he didn't issue the commission to Mr. Qin immediately, and Mr. Qin didn't stand on our side. Besides, the current outcome may not be the worst possible outcome. The Spirit Hall has sent more than just Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo, there are likely other powerful figures behind the scenes. We are not at an advantage in the struggle for Yi Tianxin. If Yi Tianxin is recruited by the Spirit Hall, it is something the 7 treasure glazed tile school would absolutely not want to see. Whichever faction Yi Tianxin joins, the balance of power will tip in that direction. Now, Yi Tianxin maintains a neutral stance, and everyone is still on the same starting line. Furthermore, even if the 7 treasure glazed tile school were to actually recruit Yi Tianxin, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't be isolated, ostracized, or even encircled and annihilated by other forces afterward. After careful consideration, the current outcome seems to be the best possible result. Perhaps we should also thank His Highness Poison Douluo and Mr. Qin for their efforts. Without their mediation, the major forces would have clashed even more fiercely that day, resulting in the fall of Seoul Douluo powerhouses and even tidal Douluo powerhouses. Ji Yu Rong retorted, Sect Master, given Bibi Dong's nature, a continental war is inevitable. Does it really matter if it happens sooner or later? Chen Xin patted his arm gently and sighed, at least, we can buy enough time for Rongrong's rise. Whether it's a facade of peace or not, at least with the sect's current strength, it's no match for the Spirit Hall. Dragging it out and waiting for unforeseen changes is what we should be doing. The rescue operation came to an end with Yi Tianxin's arrival in Tiando City. Although Yi Tianxin resides in Tiando City, the Tiando royal family and the surrounding forces have not attempted to win her over. First, Yi Tianxin lives with Du Gubo, and forcibly breaking in would only offend Du Gubo unnecessarily. Furthermore, Yi Tianxin herself is the source of the unrest, further provoking her could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yi Lingling, Yi Tianxin's successor, is at the Tiando Royal Academy. Because of Yi Tianxin, Yi Lingling also receives preferential treatment at the academy. In this era, few major events occurred on the mainland. Apart from the evil spirit masters, there were no other disturbances on the mainland. Time flies like an arrow, and years pass like fallen flowers and flowing water. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years have passed. Since the rescue operation for Yi Tianxin ended, the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall seemed to know that Qin Yuan was a troublemaker, and he was basically never asked to carry out any major operations afterward, nor was he even informed of them. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Ya's theory of soul master mentality was officially published at the Spirit Hall half a year ago. Due to the theory's revolutionary nature and its long-term verification by the Spirit Hall Academy, it has been confirmed. A groundbreaking and sufficiently mature theory, once published, earned Zhao Ya the title of youngest theoretical master in mainland China, following Qin Yuan, and was once again reorganized and recorded. However, in Zhao Ya's published theory, Qin Yuan is listed as the first author alongside her. The theory was proposed by Qin Yuan, who also provided a lot of relevant information. Zhao Ya simply summarized it based on that. If Qin Yuan hadn't been indifferent to such empty titles, Zhao Ya would have long ago retired to the position of second author. Of course, with these success stories, Qin Yuan was thoroughly labeled as a theoretical master. After all, in addition to his outstanding academic performance in the top class, Qin Yuan also personally mentored a theoretical master. Who would dare to underestimate his achievements in the theoretical field? As for his own strength, that became the least noticeable aspect. On this day, after teaching Hu Liena and others their last lesson, Bibi Dong's mission, which she had entrusted to her 3 years ago, was officially completed. Open black lens bracket. Complete the 4-star quest and teach Hu Liena movement techniques. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission complete. The max level internal skill manual, Han Hai Jing, has been issued. Close black lens bracket. While resting in the courtyard, Qin Yuan was suddenly bombarded with a flood of information. He had a complete grasp of everything about the classic of the vast ocean. Furthermore, he reached the maximum level without needing to cultivate. At this moment, the soul power within him was as vast as the sea. The excessive consumption of soul power when using the true soul technique during the previous rescue of Yi Tianxin will no longer exist in the future. Of course, his soul power is not truly boundless, it can still be exhausted if consumed at high intensity in a short period of time. Even so, he can recover in a short time, simply by using the absorption ability of the technique. In addition, he can use the power of the technique to transfer his soul power to other soul masters. He can also use the technique to circulate his qian blood and expel the poison from his body. Chapter 96 Resignation. In future battles, as long as I control the timing of replenishing my soul power, I can fight to the very end like a perpetual motion machine, Qin Yuan thought to himself. With this skill, his ability to protect himself will be extraordinary, and no enemy of the same level can shake him. After 2 years of cultivation, Qin Yuan's soul power level has reached the peak of level 79, just one step away from breaking through to level 80. Qin Yuan stopped taking a break and sat up from the recliner. Judging by the time, Tang San is now 12 years old and will soon graduate from Nodding Academy. There are only 2 years left until the next Soul Master competition. Qin Yuan stayed at the Spirit Hall specifically for Bibi Dong's commission. Since the Yi Tianxin incident, Qin Yuan has been distanced from higher-ups and has not received any more high-level missions. However, over the years, he has still managed to accept several 1- or 2-star missions through various methods. Today, with the initial 4-star mission completed, Qin Yuan decided to leave Wuhan City to fulfill his promise to Du Guyan and the others. The end-of-term assessment for this year is about to begin, and Qin Yuan, the class teacher, did not arrive at the site but went to the dean's office instead. Upon seeing the resignation letter he handed over, Dean Tianxin suddenly stood up and exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Qin, why are you resigning all of a sudden?" Qin Yuan explained with a faint smile, "Dean, I have completed the task entrusted to me by His Holiness the Pope. Moreover, my cultivation has encountered a bottleneck, and I need to find inspiration for a breakthrough." There was something else he didn't say. After his breakthrough, possessing the strength of a Contra Master, it became impossible for him to continue serving as the head teacher of the elite class. The sole Douluo powerhouses at the Spirit Hall Academy are invariably at the Vice Dean level. Unlike the Director, who can hold a nominal title, the Vice Dean holds a position of real power. If Qin Yuan stays, he will inevitably take away the existing power of the Vice Dean, and in the end, he will only offend people for no reason. Besides, he doesn't have any powerful backers in the Spirit Hall. Even if Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo have a good relationship with him, they can't possibly recommend him for the position of Vice Dean without him officially joining the Spirit Hall. If he stays in the Spirit Hall and breaks through to the Soul Douluo level, he will inevitably join the action team or become a candidate Platinum Bishop. Either way, he needs to formally join the Spirit Hall, which contradicts Qin Yuan's own plans. I see. A hint of melancholy flashed in Tianxin's eyes. In the 3 years since Qin Yuan joined the Spirit Hall Academy, he has brought about many changes to the academy. For example, the Soul Master mentality theory, after its introduction, led to a rapid increase in the strength of students in all classes at the Spirit Hall Academy. Although the credit went to Zhao Ya, Tianxin knew that this was only because Qin Yuan didn't care about empty fame. As required by the Hall of Offerings, Tianxin needed to persuade Qin Yuan to stay and offer him a high-ranking official position and generous salary. However, Tianxin knew the other party's temperament, so he decided not to follow the advice of the offering hall and let the other party leave. If Teacher Qin needs to obtain the 8th spirit ring, you can tell me at any time. Tianqian sighed softly. Teacher Qin, there's something I can tell you as well. Actually, I am the son of the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo. You should have guessed it when you saw my martial soul, right? I will not forget your contributions to the academy. If you need a spirit ring, I can have my father help you. Of course, you don't need to pay any price, consider it a token of gratitude for your contributions to the academy over the years. Qin Yuan was deeply grateful for the care Tianqian had given him during his 3 years at the Spirit Hall Academy. He cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Thank you, Dean. I won't hesitate to ask if you need anything." As he spoke, he took out a treasure pouch that he had prepared for a long time from his soul tool. "Dean, this contains my heartfelt words written down these past few days. However, I hope you will not open it in a hurry. Wait until I leave Spirit City before opening it. I'm worried that you're feeling bad and don't want me to leave." Qin Yuan looked relaxed and didn't reveal what was in his treasure pouch. Tianqian accepted the treasure pouch and said with a smile, "You're very thoughtful. All right, I'll do as you say. However, if you have time in the future, please come to the academy to see me often." Having received an affirmative reply, he took out the seal from the drawer and approved Qin Yuan's resignation procedures. "Teacher Qin, should we let everyone know? Mills, who initially had a conflict with you, has now become a good friend with you, right?" Qin Yuan shook his head. "Once a farewell banquet is held, there will definitely be people trying to persuade him to stay, and he probably won't be able to leave Wuhan City for a while." Tianqian pressed further, "What about Teacher Zhao Ya? It's obvious she's interested in you. You're not young anymore, almost 40, it's time to find a good partner for yourself." Qin Yuan shook his head again. "My life is not suitable for her. She is very simple-minded. In an environment like the academy, she won't be in danger. There's no future for her with someone like me." Tianqian smiled but didn't reply. He simply said, "All right, I'll talk to her after you leave." Seeing that he had nothing else to say, he finally said, "Then we'll meet again someday, since we're all on different paths in the world." The two bowed to each other as a solemn farewell ceremony. After leaving the dean's office, Qin Yuan went to the competition venue. The competition has only just begun, but Juliana and her 3 teammates have already demonstrated overwhelming dominance in the high-level Soul Master arena. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will likely be the top class's guaranteed champions in this year's final assessment. Qin Yuan had no intention of saying goodbye. He is still young, and so are Juliana and the others. There's plenty of time ahead, and we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. There's no need to be so sentimental. He silently said goodbye, and quickly disappeared into the spectator group. Xie Yu's match had just ended when he suddenly turned around and noticed Qin Yuan's departing figure. He guessed what had happened and tried to go forward to stop him, but was blocked by a wall of people in the audience. In the end, he watched the other person disappear into the distance. "Teacher Qin, see you next time, I won't let you down." After packing his luggage, Qin Yuan silently left the Spirit Hall Academy. Just as when he arrived, no one paid any attention. After leaving Wuhan City, he continued walking towards the Heaven Do Empire without stopping. Before long, 2 familiar figures came into his view. Qin Yuan greeted them with a wry smile. "Your Excellency Chrysanthemum Douluo, Your Excellency Ghost Douluo." Chrysanthemum Douluo laughed. "You left without even saying goodbye. Don't you consider us friends anymore?" Qin Yuan and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo are quite different in strength, but in the past few years, the 3 of them have fooled Bibi Dong together and been scolded together, so they have a certain foundation of friendship. Qin Yuan shrugged and replied, "I'm just leaving Wuhan City, not going to die anytime soon, why are you being so sentimental? In the future, we will have the opportunity to meet again in the world of Soul Masters." "You're quite magnanimous, Ghost." Douluo sighed. "According to you, after a few years, when Chrysanthemum and I get old, we'll apply to retire from the Papal Palace." Chapter 97. This is supposed to prolong life. Chrysanthemum Douluo chimed in, "What you said before about traveling the mainland after retirement and enjoying the beauty of life sounds wonderful to us. We wonder how many years it will be before we have that opportunity." In fact, at the beginning, Qin Yuan's relationship with the two was just ordinary, a normal senior-junior relationship. But don't forget, all three of them are old-timers. Between old-timers, there's nothing that a drink can't solve. Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo worked in the papal palace, and with Bibi Dong being a harsh and ungrateful ruler, the two of them lived a very repressed life. Qin Yuan has always had an open-minded attitude towards life. Under his influence, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo's mentality gradually changed, and he greatly agreed with his attitude towards life. Over time, the two became more and more familiar with each other. Qin Yuan, with his god's eye view, clearly understood the future fate of the two. If no one intervenes, Ghost Douluo will die from the trident of the sea god in the future, and Chrysanthemum Douluo's status will be greatly reduced, and he will also die at the hands of Tang San. If the relationship between Qin Yuan and Du Gubo is purely a friendship despite their age difference, then the relationship between Qin Yuan and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo is purely a friendship. Their acquaintance stemmed from Ghost Douluo's admiration for Qin Yuan, and the rare chrysanthemum seeds Qin Yuan gifted them. As they spent more time together, they became close drinking buddies who could talk about anything, and even, on a deeper level, brothers. Enough of that, there's an inn up ahead. Let's drink until we drop. Late at night, after several rounds of drinks. Seeing that Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo was asleep on the table, Qin Yuan quietly left the post station. For powerful soul masters, alcohol has no effect. To sober up, they simply need to circulate their soul power. Of course, some people enjoy the tipsy feeling and let their bodies metabolize the alcohol on their own. Looking behind him, Qin Yuan murmured, I hope you all find good homes in the future and strive to retire with Brother Dugu. If I have any extra soul bones in the future, I will give one to you. Inside the post station, Chrysanthemum Douluo raised his head and murmured, did they leave? Ghost Douluo stood up and patted his shoulder lightly. Chrysanthemum pass, let's make more contributions and strive to retire as soon as possible. To be honest, if I had Qin Yuan's foresight back then, I wouldn't be so tired today. They don't join any faction, can retire whenever they want, and don't need to be controlled by anyone. Unfortunately, ever since they agreed to become Bibi Dong's guardian Douluo, their fates have become beyond their own control. Chrysanthemum Douluo relaxed his shoulders and said leisurely, Old Ghost, I believe that day will come soon. Bibi Dong knew about Qin Yuan's departure. Although she regarded Qin Yuan as an ally to plot important matters, Qin Yuan's strength was still too weak at the moment, and she was also unsure of his stance, so Bibi Dong dared not assign him any important tasks. Rather than doing that, it would be better to let Qin Yuan leave and entrust him with the task again when the time is right. At midnight, the dean's office was brightly lit. Although Tianchen is a workaholic, he rarely works overtime. He usually finishes his official duties ahead of time and rests at sunset. Today, however, is unusual, we are working overtime to stay on duty. The teacher responsible for liaising with the dean's office brought him a late-night snack, but he ignored it. Tianchen sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside the academy. The moonlight outside the window was like water, reflecting the lingering solemnity between his brows. Qin Yuan's departure was a major loss to the Spirit Hall Academy. He did not insist on keeping him and chose to let him have his way, though he didn't know whether this action was right or wrong. After a long while, he casually picked up the treasure bag on his desk and murmured, Teacher Qin should be far away by now. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power into the treasure pouch, and with a thought, retrieved everything within. This treasure pouch is very small, only 1 cubic meter. It contains only a single, brilliantly golden fruit and a letter. Tianchen didn't recognize the fruit, but deep down he felt an intense longing for it. He was puzzled, but he didn't rush. He first opened the letter to examine it. The first half of the letter contained ordinary words of gratitude. The second half, however, instructed Tianchen on how to consume the fruit. Qin Yuan did not specify the name or effects of the fruit, only saying that consuming it could prolong life. That's thoughtful of you, Tianchen remarked. He complained to Qin Yuan more than once that time was catching up with him, but when Qin Yuan presented him with a rare and precious herb that could prolong life, it suited his taste. With a heartfelt thank you, Tianchen followed the instructions, consumed the fruit, and sat cross-legged in the dean's office to begin his secluded cultivation. The next morning, while most people were still asleep, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from the dean's office, causing the entire academy to wake up prematurely. What's going on? An enemy attack. The vice dean in charge of college security rushed to the dean's office immediately. As the commotion continued to spread, more and more teachers and students were drawn to it. They quickly realized that the source of the aura was not a battle between soul masters, but rather the commotion caused by a breakthrough. The dean has broken through to the title Douluo level. The teachers looked at each other in surprise. Tianqian was already a peak soul Douluo, and although he had stagnated at this level for many years, it was not impossible for him to break through. Before the teachers could come to a conclusion, an ancient roar echoed from the dean's office. The sound seemed to come from ancient, primordial beasts, ancient, long, yet chilling. As the protagonist of this commotion, Tianqian suddenly opened his eyes, ending his seclusion. After breaking through his soul power level, he did indeed become younger. The reflection in the mirror showed that the graying temples were gone, and the wrinkles on the face had diminished considerably. Tianqian clicked his tongue slightly, and after a long pause, he finally said, "Teacher Qin, is this what you call longevity?" Tianqian initially thought it was just an ordinary longevity treasure, which was useless to young people, so he accepted it without any guilt. However, the reality is that this is some kind of heaven-defying, fate-altering treasure, whose value is probably comparable to a soul bone that is 100,000 years old. Breaking through to the title Douluo level can indeed prolong life, but this is completely different from the longevity that Tianqian wants. Tianqian immediately lost his temper. How long will it take to repay such a huge favor? Qin Yuan could roughly guess what had happened to Tianqian. However, it was a celestial herb that he offered voluntarily, not for any reward, but simply to remove a thorn in Tianqian's heart. As the son of Golden Crocodile Douluo, he was unable to break through to the title Douluo level. Even if outsiders didn't say anything, Tianqian was still feeling uneasy. With the help of the immortal herb, perhaps his inner conflict could be resolved. After leaving the territory of Wuhan City, Qin Yuan did not immediately head to Tiando City. He decided to travel around the continent, firstly to prepare for breaking through to the Soul Douluo level, and secondly to try to accept higher-level missions to solve the problem of his 8th soul ring. After traveling at a leisurely pace for several days, he arrived in Nottingham. He was not a member of the Spirit Hall and had no grudges against Tang Hao, so he was naturally not worried that the other party would harm him. Tang San is the protagonist of this world. Since he has transmigrated here, there is no reason not to meet him, especially since it is on the way. Chapter 98 being used as a pawn. Nottingham is a small city. Small city does not necessarily mean small city size. The size of a city is directly related to the number of soul masters living in it and the level of commercial prosperity. Some cities with tens of thousands of people in a huge area may be classified as small cities due to factors such as a lack of commerce and a scarcity of strong players. Nottingham itself is not small, but it is too far from the core urban area, and in the eyes of the nobles, it is no different from a poor backwater. At the city gate, Qin Yuan was stopped by the city guards. From out of town, you'll have to pay an entrance fee of 1 silver soul coin to enter the city. It was common for people to accept entry fees. In the past, Qin Yuan did not update his soul master's manual and always presented himself as a soul venerable, while also receiving subsidies from the Spirit Hall. During his 3 years in Wuhan City, his soul master's notes were updated several times. Wouldn't a peak soul saint attract attention if he came to such a small city? As for paying the city entry fee, hey, Qin Yuan isn't one of those suckers. He ignored him, merely glancing at the city guard before entering the city. Arno, what's going on? Why didn't you pay the city fee? Noticing the situation, another city guard rushed over to ask. Arno, the city guard, felt a chill run down his spine and gasped for breath. That person is dangerous. He must be a soul master, and a top-tier one at that. Qin Yuan didn't take the incident when entering the city to heart. As usual, after entering the city, he found a tea house to rest and drink tea while inquiring about the situation in the city. Compared to the complexities of big cities, small towns are less complicated. Tea drinkers often talk about things that are known throughout the continent, as well as some trivial matters of each family. Before long, a young man took the initiative to sit at Qin Yuan's table and greeted him with a smile. Brother, you must be a soul master. Qin Yuan leisurely sipped his tea, neither denying the other party's statement, but instead asked, "How do you know?" The young man smiled, pulled up a chair, moved a little closer to him, and whispered, "Actually, they're easy to spot. There aren't many soul masters in Notting City, and even if you do encounter one, they all have an extraordinary air about them, as if they want to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. However, those are all nouveau riche. Compared to a soul master like you, brother, they are indeed rare. As for why I could recognize you, it's probably because of a certain aura. Brother, although you are dressed simply, the aura you have is something that ordinary people cannot imitate. Besides, you must be quite strong among soul masters, right?" Qin Yuan remained unmoved. The young man had clear eyes and seemed innocent. However, this wasn't enough to make Qin Yuan reveal himself. The young man continued, "I'm a rather straightforward person, please don't mind me, brother. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Haoran, may I ask how I should address you, brother?" Seeing that Qin Yuan didn't intend to speak, he continued, "Brother, it's like this, there's a group of human traffickers who have been rampant in Notting City recently. I'm organizing a group of righteous people to carry out a crackdown on them. If you're interested, why not join us? Douluo continent may seem like a civilized society, but barbarity is everywhere within it, especially among the soul masters. Among the soul masters, there are good people like Yi Tianxin who practice medicine and help the world without asking for anything in return. There are also evil spirit masters who kill for pleasure. As for human traffickers, they are actually quite common in smaller cities like Nottingham, in addition to the 3 major cities in mainland China. Of course, not all of them are human traffickers, a large portion of them are parents who voluntarily sell their children to them. Calling them human traffickers might not be accurate, human slave traders would be more appropriate. Otherwise, where would those wealthy families get their servants and maids?" Qin Yuan wasn't impressed by this so-called act of justice. He figured it was possible that a human trafficker, seeing another trafficker's business was better, was deliberately instigating the attack. Qin Yuan didn't want to be used as a pawn. Such matters can be reported to the city lord's mansion or the spirit hall. Why do you need to take action yourself? Enforcing the law privately is unacceptable. Haoran scratched his head, wanting to explain but hesitating to speak. It seems there's some secret involved that makes him hesitant to reveal it. Qin Yuan ignored Haoran's invitation, finished his tea, left money for the tea, and left. He also learned an important piece of information while at the tea house. More than 2 years ago, a genius surnamed Lei led his elite border troops to Nottingham. In a small place like Nottingham, few major events might happen throughout the year. So it's not surprising that Lei Meng's entry into the city caused quite a stir and has been discussed as a topic of conversation ever since. Although Qin Yuan has been living in Wuhan City for the past few years, he still occasionally exchanges letters with Chen Zi through his small shop. Until he left Wuhan City, he was certain that Lei Meng was still training with the border troops. Perhaps, by speaking to the city lord of this place, we can find out Lei Meng's location. Qin Yuan desperately needs a high-level mission to solve the problem of his 8th spirit ring, and Lei Meng might just be his lucky star. You should know that his 7th spirit ring is already a 100,000-year spirit ring, so his 8th spirit ring can't possibly be lower than a 100,000-year level, right? Lei Meng was his first swordsmanship student. He had nothing else to do at the moment, so he would help if he could, lest he perish on the battlefield. Meanwhile, inside Nottingham College. Third brother, which intermediate Soul Master Academy have you decided to go to next? Xiao Wu asked. When the two graduated from the primary Soul Master Academy, they had reached level 28 in cultivation. Such talent was enough to be called top geniuses. The intermediate level Soul Master Academies offered increasingly higher incentives to win them over. Furthermore, as long as they enroll, they can directly receive generous scholarships, and there are additional student aid subsidies every year. Among them, the Plant Intermediate Soul Master Academy offered the highest price. After all, Tang San's martial soul is blue-silver grass. It is a miracle that such a useless martial soul can be cultivated to this day. The Plant Academy wants to replicate Tang San's successful experience in order to cultivate more blue-silver grass soul masters. However, Tang San declined all the invitations from these intermediate-level soul master academies. Xiao Wu, our teacher said that going to an intermediate level Soul Master Academy would be a waste of our talent, Tang San said seriously. While the Plant Academy is the most suitable for my future development, they don't want me to go directly to an advanced level Soul Master Academy. Besides, Xiao Wu, you don't have a plant-type martial soul. What will you do if I go to the Plant Academy? Xiao Wu thought about it again and realized that what he said made some sense, but... Third brother, wasn't there a high-level Soul Master Academy that was willing to recruit us? Why didn't you agree? Tang San smiled and said frankly, Xiao Wu, my teacher said that high-level Soul Master Academies are all arrogant. The truly powerful academies don't lack students, so they won't take the initiative to recruit students, let alone offer extra tuition fees. Moreover, the teacher has already chosen a good academy for us, called Shrek Academy. I heard that it is an academy that only admits geniuses. Chapter 99 Reencounter with Yao Zi. Tang San smiled and continued, Soul Masters under the age of 13 with a soul power below level 21 are not even qualified to enroll. Even if they meet the admission requirements, they will most likely not pass the subsequent assessments. The teacher said that only those under the age of 13 and above who are Soul Masters of level 25 or above have a very high chance of entering such an academy. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, clearly having never heard of an academy with such stringent admission requirements on the mainland. At first, she felt that Shrek Academy was a good fit for her. After all, only when geniuses associate with other geniuses can they be motivated to grow. But upon closer reflection, something felt off. Third brother, under 13 years old, with a soul power of no less than level 25. Such geniuses are extremely rare even on the entire continent. We are born with full soul power, and we are only at level 28 now. Even if we reach level 29 after school starts, we will only be 4 levels ahead of the limit. According to the Master's theory, one would probably need at least a 7th level innate soul power to meet Shrek Academy's admission requirements. But how many geniuses on the continent possess innate 7th level soul power or higher? Why would they choose the relatively unknown Shrek Academy over the Spirit Hall and other major sects? Xiao Wu remained perfectly lucid throughout. After all, he's an old guy who's lived for 100,000 years, he can't be easily fooled by a kid who's only a few decades old. Xiao Wu listened to Yu Xiaoging's theories with amusement and never took them to heart. She only maintained basic respect for Yu Xiaoging because of Tang San's sake. Faced with the questioning, Tang San was at a loss for words. After racking his brains, he finally explained, Xiao Wu, we've never been to Shrek Academy, so we don't know the specifics there. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Who knows, Shrek Academy might be backed by the Spirit Hall, or perhaps Shrek Academy itself is a branch of the Spirit Hall specifically for cultivating geniuses. In any case, I've decided to enroll at Shrek Academy as the teacher requested. What are your thoughts? The City Lord's Mansion. Halt. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The guards of the City Lord's Mansion are all elites, far superior to the city guards. Qin Yuan came here to find Lei Meng's whereabouts, so naturally he wouldn't do anything reckless. He stepped forward, took out a token wrapped in cloth from his soul tool, and handed it to the guard. Give this to your city lord. He'll see me when he sees the token. Remember, you'd better not open it yourself, understand? Seeing that he wasn't joking, the guard quickly did as he was told. At this moment, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Xiao was receiving a woman. Miss Yao Zi, Notting City is a small city, how could it possibly have any talented people? The Tang San and Xiao Wu you mentioned are both disciples of Grandmaster Yu Xiaoging. That Grandmaster is a member of the Spirit Hall. If you try to poach people from him, you might offend the Spirit Hall. Yao Zi was not an admissions officer for the College of Botany, her appearance in Notting City was purely accidental. The cultivation manual left behind by Qin Yuan back then benefited her greatly, and her cultivation speed became unstoppable afterward. The faster one breaks through barriers, the more likely one is to encounter bottlenecks due to limitations in talent. Unable to break through her strength, Yao Zi went out to relax and happened to travel to Notting City. Upon hearing of Tang San's talent, she represented the academy in recruiting him. After all, the Yao family is one of the largest shareholders of the academy, and she can fully represent the academy by offering leverage. Unexpectedly, Tang San rejected her. In an attempt to recruit Tang San from other angles, she went to the city lord's mansion to inquire about the situation, but the result made her completely give up. No matter how powerful the Yao family is, they are still just a soul saint family. They can wield great influence in Sylph City, but in front of the Spirit Hall, they are no different from ants. Lord Xiao, are there any other blue silver grass soul masters in Nodding City? Yao Zi asked, unwilling to give up. Blue silver grass is a useless martial soul that cannot be cultivated. Apart from Tang San, who else can do it? However, Lord Xiao dared not offend her. While he was thinking about his words, the guard brought over the token and whispered a few words in his ear. Lord Xiao looked slightly puzzled, turned away, and quietly pulled the token out of the brocade. The token is very simple, with only the character, lei, on it. Most people wouldn't know where the token came from, but Lord Xiao knew very well. It's someone from the Lei family again. When his former superior's family arrived, Lord Xiao dared not be negligent and quickly arranged for people to greet them. At the same time, he also had to deal with Yao Zi as soon as possible. Miss Yao Zi, why don't you go ask the master? The only successful example of cultivating blue silver grass is the master's disciple. Perhaps the master really has a way to cultivate it. As he spoke, he stood up. I'm very sorry, but I have urgent business to attend to. If Miss Yao Zi doesn't mind, you can rest at my residence for a while. Master, Yao Zi murmured to herself. Sensing that she was being asked to leave, she didn't linger and turned to leave. She always felt that something was off about Yu Shaogang. Even if he really was a theoretical master of the Spirit Hall, there was no need for him to call himself a master. Besides, a theoretical master like him would be highly sought after in the outside world. 2 great empires and 7 major sects, which one isn't recruiting? Yu Shaogang's willingness to stay in such a small city is unusual in itself. Yet he was able to teach a disciple like Tang San, leaving Yao Zi completely baffled by Yu Shaogang's background. Just as she was wondering what was going on, she suddenly noticed a familiar face walking towards her. Qin Yuan also noticed her, but the courtyard in front of the city lord's mansion was too small, and there was no way to avoid her. Compared to back then, Yao Zi is much more mature now and is no longer the naive girl she once was. Teacher Qin, it really is you. Yao Zi greeted her with a face full of surprise. Last time, Qin Yuan escaped from the academy, but this time she will not let him leave no matter what. What a terrible thing to do. Qin Yuan felt helpless. Back then, in order to rescue Yi Lingling, he resorted to a desperate measure because he lacked the strength to do so. He thought he would never have any further contact with her, but unexpectedly, he was caught red-handed. The Douluo continent is vast, large enough to easily hide a group of villains. Yet, the Douluo continent is also small enough that familiar faces are everywhere. Since you two know each other, sir, why don't you have a chat? Lord Xiao arranged a reception room for the two of them and then voluntarily left the room. Teacher Qin, I heard that you led the Royal Fighting Team 2 to win the runner-up title in the competition. You also earned the title of Theoretical Master in the Spirit Hall. Yao Zi had been keeping an eye on Qin Yuan's movements. After they met, she talked non-stop and extended another invitation to Qin Yuan. However, unlike last time, this time she invited Qin Yuan to serve as the Vice Dean of the College of Botany. The title of Theoretical Master is very prestigious. Yao Zi wouldn't be qualified for an ordinary position. Teacher Qin, since Yi Tianxin returned to the mainland 2 years ago, the Lu family has been purged by the royal family and has now completely left Silver City. You don't need to worry about them causing trouble after you go to the academy. Qin Yuan couldn't help but interrupt, Yao Zi, I'm not a teacher. I was just asked to pick someone up from the Botanical Academy. I don't plan to be a teacher anymore. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't have anything to teach you. I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll have to stay now. Please make yourself at home. After saying that, without giving the other party a chance to refuse, he quickly ran out of the room and went to find Lord Xiao. Yao Zi was stunned for a moment, but she wasn't angry about it. She stood guard at the door, waiting for Qin Yuan to finish his business so she could keep him pinned down. Chapter 100 An Unexpected Mission. The main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Lord Xiao smiled and said, So it's Mr. Qin. I've heard so much about you. Lei Meng had already publicly declared Qin Yuan to be his teacher, and after hearing Qin Yuan's name from Yao Zi, Lord Xiao naturally became much more cautious. Qin Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. Lord Xiao, there's no need for such formalities. I haven't seen Lei Meng for many years. Does Lord Xiao know where he is? Lord Xiao looked around, waved his hand, signaling the guards to leave first, and then said, Mr. Qin, Lei Meng is using the alias Lei Zontian and is currently training at the border. The battlefield is no child's play. Even if Mr. Qin is already a sole emperor, it is best if he does not set foot there. What information channels does Lord Xiao have? Furthermore, in his impression, it was extremely difficult for sole emperors to increase their soul power by one level. In just 3 years, many sole emperors could not even break through to the next level. Naturally, he didn't think Qin Yuan was a soul saint level expert. Qin Yuan did not explain his strength, but pressed on, Lord Xiao, there is no need to worry. I have other matters to attend to with Lei Meng. I will not risk my life, much less harm others. Lord Xiao understood and his expression softened considerably. Mr. Qin, I only know that Lei Meng went to the Tiger Legion and their camp is located in. I don't know what specific mission Lei Meng is carrying out or where he is now. I know Mr. Qin cares deeply for his disciple, so it's best not to interfere too much. Letting Lei Meng face danger alone will encourage his growth, rather than letting him live in a greenhouse. Qin Yuan agreed with this point. He paused, then asked about something else. By the way, Lord Xiao, I heard that there are people buying and selling people in Notting City. Upon hearing this, Lord Xiao's expression immediately became much more serious. Mr. Qin, you heard right, it is true. However, those people are elusive and difficult to catch. Qin Yuan asked again, are you sure you're not a human slave trader? If an ordinary family sold their child, back when Qin Yuan first transmigrated, he might have condemned them from a moral standpoint. But ordinary people already use all their strength just to stay alive, so what reason does he have to stand there and talk without feeling the pain? Parents who actively sell their children must be facing extreme hardship. If the children stay with them, they are very likely to starve to death. Selling them to others as domestic slaves at least offers them a chance to survive. This kind of thing happens all the time. Qin Yuan can't control it, nor can he change it. He was also grateful that he was born in a stable village and had not encountered any natural disasters. Lord Xiao shook his head, turned and went to his study to take out the documents. Mr. Qin, please take a look. Human traffickers are meticulous in their work. They only buy children from refugees, and the children are their commodities, so they will take good care of them to a certain extent. But these human traffickers are different. According to the information, many children have gone missing while playing near Nottingham, and the search has been fruitless for many days. According to the investigation by City Lord Xiao in the Spirit Hall, a group of human traffickers did indeed arrive near Notting City recently. This group of people are repeat offenders and their whereabouts are very secretive. So far, no trace of them has been exposed. Open black lens bracket A 4-star quest has been detected. Hunt down the villains and rescue the children. Quest complete. Reward: 1 divine soul ring. Close black lens bracket. 4-star mission. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This wasn't the first time he'd been forced to accept missions, but he'd only ever encountered 3-star missions at most. A 4-star mission was a first for him. Perhaps even the system felt that the human traffickers were utterly wicked and must be eradicated. Moreover, it was the soul ring reward he needed most. However, Qin Yuan was not blinded by the reward. He had taken on several 4-star missions, and apart from those that required a lot of time to complete, the rest were extremely dangerous. For human traffickers operating in a small city like Nottingham to be rated as a 4-star mission by the system, they must either be extraordinary in themselves or have other entanglements behind the scenes. Qin Yuan's thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. The group of evil soul masters who kidnapped Yi Tianxin weren't completely wiped out. According to Yi Tianxin, at least one soul Douluo level expert is still at large. Could it be that this group has been hiding for 2 years and is now committing crimes again? Previously, Qin Yuan would have felt intimidated and dared not confront a soul Douluo level expert head-on. But now, with the blessing of the classic of the vast ocean, his extremely high-quality soul power is enough to support challenges beyond his level. I had originally planned to protect Lei Meng, but now that I have a mission, I'll put Lei Meng's matter aside for the time being. Whether it's sooner or later, Lei Meng won't die. Seeing his interest, Lord Xiao quickly said, Mr. Qin, Nodding City is located at the border of two great empires. Those thieves probably knew we didn't have the authority to enforce the law across borders, which is why they acted so recklessly. If Mr. Qin is interested, why not secretly investigate for a while? If you have any information, I, on behalf of the City Lord's mansion, will pay you the corresponding reward. As soon as they left the main hall, Yaozi stopped Qin Yuan. Teacher Qin, don't even think about shaking me off this time. Yaozi held onto his arm tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Qin Yuan smiled and offered, I have a mission for you. Are you interested? We can work together and fight side by side. Yaozi's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed. Fighting alongside comrades is the most effective way to build closer relationships. How could we miss that opportunity? Once outside the City Lord's mansion, Qin Yuan realized he had rejected the offer too hastily. For some reason, Haoran's invitation was not recognized by the system. To be honest, it's not surprising. Haoran was just organizing the team privately, which was a violation of the law. Lord Xiao represents the official authorities, and the matters he raised are legal in themselves. This may also be a factor in the system's task determination. As for where Haoran is now, Qin Yuan doesn't know. He can only find a place to stay in the city first and wait for the other party to come to him. A restaurant outside Nottingham College. Haoran is still trying to win him over. Brother Tang, what have you thought about my proposal? Although Tang San and Xiao Wu are young, they are both high-level soul masters. With such strength, they can rank among the top in Notting City, so naturally they will be noticed by Haoran. However, Tang San, who had lived two lives, was not so easily fooled. He pressed for many details, even Haoran's origins. Haoran answered them one by one. Brother Tang San, to be honest, I am a student of an advanced Soul Master Academy, Shenfeng Academy, one of the oldest academies. You should have heard of it, right? Who doesn't know about this established college? Shenfeng Academy achieved a top 6 finish in both competitions, making it one of the top academies in the Tiando Empire. Haoran took out the academy badge and his student ID, finally gaining Tang San's approval. Xiao Wu patted her chest and said earnestly, Don't worry, we agree to this. But how many people are in the team right now? Haoran scratched his head awkwardly. Currently, including the two of you, there are only 3 of us. However, the academy is already on holiday, and I have already ridden back home. I expect that someone will come to help us soon. In addition, there is an older brother who should be stronger than me. I am trying to win him over, but he doesn't seem very interested. I don't know if I can change his mind. Chapter 101 Some people have become a joke. Qin Yuan was completely entangled with Yaozi. Yaozi was truly terrifying. In order to prevent him from escaping, she almost slept in the same bed with him. Fortunately, after he told her about his next task, Yaozi finally stopped clinging to him. This is no laughing matter. Since Qin Yuan brought it up, he certainly wasn't trying to deceive her. Of course, Qin Yuan didn't think Haoran and the others could cause much trouble. As long as they could help deal with those small fry, Qin Yuan would investigate the rest himself. By the way, Teacher Qin, you are a theoretical master of the Spirit Hall. Have you ever heard of Grandmaster Yu Shaogang? Yaozi felt that something was wrong with Yu Shaogang, but the fact that Yu Shaogang had Tang San as his disciple made her really unsure. Qin Yuan was no stranger to Yu Shaogang, and explained truthfully, the theoretical masters of the Spirit Hall are awarded openly and privately. Official conferment means that a scholar is publicly granted the title of theoretical master after publishing a theory and gaining recognition from the Spirit Hall and the Soul Master community. Granted privately, that's a different story. The most common form of private granting usually exists in controversial theories proposed by scholars. Although such theories are not recognized by mainstream scholarship, many people privately try to disprove them. Private bestowal of titles is usually controversial. Therefore, in such cases, the Spirit Hall will typically grant the title of theoretical master privately first, and then, once the controversy has subsided, revoke it or grant it publicly. Of course, there is also the possibility that it is the result of the exercise of power. If Qin Yuan were the only son of a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, and he himself had no real ability but wanted to obtain the title of theoretical master, then he could obtain this empty title through the power of his elders. It's simple to determine the source of a theoretical master's title. If they have proposed a mainstream theory, their works can be found in the Spirit Hall of any city. Even controversial theories will exist, and they will at least be listed as the second author. Yaozi has read countless books, but she doesn't seem to have come across the author, Yu Shaogang. She paused, then asked, since Yu Shaogang is a fame-seeking opportunist, why is his disciple? Qin Yuan shrugged and said realistically, with your talent, even if no one teaches you, do you think you won't break through to the soul saint level in the future? If I were an ordinary person with nothing to do, and I tricked you when you were very young, and you recognized me as your teacher, then when you later broke through to the soul saint realm, was it due to my help or your own efforts? During his time at the Spirit Hall Academy, Qin Yuan heard many legends about young master Yu Shaogang. In short, everyone knows how Yu Shaogang got his reputation. As for the theories he proposed, they are truly the subject of countless scholars' idle laughter. Yaozi suddenly realized, in collaboration, a fame-seeking scoundrel caught a lucky fish. Qin Yuan didn't explain, but instead reminded them, it's good that you keep it in mind. Some people are sensitive about saving face, it won't look good if you say it out loud. Qin Yuan was not kept waiting for long. The next morning, Haoran, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, went to find Qin Yuan, their purpose being to persuade him to join their team. However, the presence of Yaozi by Qin Yuan's side brought Haoran a smile to his face. One more person means one more source of strength. Aren't you an admissions officer from the Plant Academy? Xiao Wu asked, her face full of confusion upon seeing Yaozi. Yaozi casually said, the Plant Academy belongs to my family. Although I am also a student, I can represent the academy. How domineering. Xiao Wu scratched her head, experiencing firsthand the way nobles spoke. Tang San felt somewhat inferior because of his background and unconsciously took a step back. So it's you. I've heard so much about you. My name is Haoran, and I come from Shenfeng Academy. He looked at Qin Yuan with an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry, brother. I had my reasons for not explaining my background yesterday. After all, revealing one's background to strangers always carries the potential for trouble. Yaozi frowned slightly. Although Haoran didn't say it explicitly, she could sense that the other party's strength was above hers. Haoran is not very old, only about 20 years old. Yaozi couldn't help but ask, are you a key player for Shenfeng Academy in the next competition? Haoran shook his head. No, but if I want to participate, I can. However, my family has too many businesses and not enough manpower. Once I break through to the Soul Master level, I will apply for graduation and then go back to manage the businesses. The Soul Master competition is certainly a good stage for me. However, the competition takes too long and is extremely energy consuming. The cost effectiveness is not that high for me, and my family is pressuring me, so I can't be willful. Upon hearing this, Yaozi immediately lost her arrogance. True nobles don't need to participate in the Soul Master competition to prove themselves. They always keep a low profile and don't want to get involved in meaningless things. Take the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for example. In the first 2 competitions, where were any disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? On the contrary, many talented individuals joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School because of their performance on the field. There are still people who don't want to participate in the Soul Master competition. Xiao Wu opened her mouth, somewhat incredulous. Haoran didn't explain much, and got down to business. This mission to capture human traffickers is also my graduation mission. I originally thought it would be simple and planned to do it alone. But when I went to the Spirit Hall not long ago, I learned some secrets, so I thought of gathering a team to wipe out the enemy together. Brother, what's your opinion? Teacher Qin and I have agreed. Yaozi said. Qin Yuan had already made his position clear beforehand, and seeing that the other party didn't want to speak, she spoke on their behalf. Teacher, a teacher from the College of Botany. Haoran quickly bowed and greeted them. Haoran had heard of Qin Yuan's name, but there were many teachers with the surname Qin on the mainland, and he didn't think he would be able to meet Qin Yuan. I'm not your teacher. You make your own decisions, I'll follow behind you. After saying that, Qin Yuan turned and left, not participating in their discussion. In Qin Yuan's plan, Haoran's team was meant to draw fire, he didn't expect them to find out anything. Qin Yuan himself remained hidden in the shadows, gathering more intelligence. Haoran scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. Yaozi knew all of Qin Yuan's plans. She had joined the project voluntarily and was aware of the risks involved, but she did not inform Haoran and the others. Teacher Qin is basically covering for us. Since we're all here to gain experience, it's best if we don't have the teacher to intervene. Haoran nodded seriously. That's how it should be. I don't think we can recruit any new members in a short time, so how about we assign some tasks? Tang San and Xiao Wu, you two will keep watch inside the city and see if any human traffickers make a move. Yaozi and I will go outside the city. Tang San and Xiao Wu were slightly weaker, so it was reasonable for them to be placed in the relatively safe city. They have passed their graduation exams and no longer need to attend classes at the college. It would be great if they could accomplish something significant before graduation, and the two immediately agreed. Chapter 102 Feng Xiaodian. Qin Yuan changed his clothes and crouched on a clock tower in Nottingham City. He can respond immediately if he discovers any trace of human traffickers. He had just seen Tang San. To be honest, he was quite disappointed. At this moment, Tang San completely lacked his original confidence and competence, instead displaying a rustic, unsophisticated air. In terms of demeanor, Xiao Wu was far superior to Tang San. As for the task assigned by Haoran, since it wasn't Qin Yuan's commission, he wouldn't bother with it. He didn't care whether anyone else lived or died, except for Yaozi. In the following days, the human traffickers seemed to realize that someone was tracking them and did not commit any more crimes. After a long period of fruitless work, Haoran and his team inevitably felt frustrated, but they continued to persevere. However, during this time, Qin Yuan did discover something. Black crows frequently flew over Nottingham, and they were very similar to the ones I had seen 2 years ago. Fortunately, the enemy's reconnaissance frequency was not high. Every time the black crow appeared, Qin Yuan would hide in the shadows immediately and remain undetected. It's unclear whether Tang Hao is in Notting City. If Tang Hao discovers the clues behind this and takes action to resolve it, that would be a good thing, saving Qin Yuan from wasting any more time. However, since the mission reward was his own, Qin Yuan didn't have high hopes. Moreover, Tang Hao is not an easy person to talk to. If he is angered, trouble is inevitable. Qin Yuan is still too weak. He has no chance against a titled Douluo. Haoran didn't have to wait long. 5 days later, the support sent by Shenfeng Academy arrived as scheduled. The disappointment that Haoran and the others felt vanished immediately. Xiaodian, I didn't expect it to be you. Haoran was overjoyed and stepped forward to greet him. You've broken through to the Soul Master realm. For such a significant matter, it seems that only Feng Xiaodian from Shenfeng Academy is capable of handling it. Of course, this was also a test for Feng Xiaodian. However, the higher-ups at Shenfeng Academy were unaware of the hidden story behind the human traffickers, believing them to be just some cunning thieves. If they knew that a Soul Douluo level expert was suspected of instigating this, they probably wouldn't send Feng Xiaodian even if they were beaten to death. Haoran, how is the situation? Feng Xiaodian asked immediately. When Feng Xiaodian arrived, Haoran gathered the team members together to exchange information and wait for Feng Xiaodian to make his next move. After all, Feng Xiaodian is the captain of the next team in the academy, and his status is higher than Haoran's. Yaozi said helplessly, those people were very cautious. Haoran and I ran around to various villages outside the city. Not only did we not see anything, but the villagers almost mistook us for human traffickers. It seems that something went wrong with their actions. As for the other group's operation, under Tang San's leadership, Xiao Wu did not reveal any flaws, but the bandits did not take any action in the city. Yaozi added, I just asked Teacher Qin, and he didn't find anything either. Teacher Qin. Feng Xiaodian raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing that the teacher's surname was Qin, Feng Xiaodian couldn't help but lose his composure. For example, when Feng Xiaodian thought Qin Ming, the new team leader of the Tiando Royal Academy team, was Qin Yuan, Feng Xiaodian went to the other academy immediately, only to cause a misunderstanding. After Haoran explained, he finally learned that Yao Zi was a student in the College of Botany. Although Shenfeng Academy and Plant Academy had some friction during the Soul Master competition, the difference in their strength was too great, and they didn't consider each other competitors at all. Therefore, the relationship between the two academies was relatively harmonious. As for teacher Qin mentioned by Yao Zi, to avoid any misunderstanding, Feng Xiaodian didn't ask any further questions, assuming that they were just people with the same surname. After a pause, Feng Xiaodian made arrangements. Your actions have been too high profile, which has alerted the enemy. Moreover, when I came here, I noticed that there were many more plainclothes officers inside and outside the city. Unless those thieves are idiots, they won't commit any crimes during this period. Furthermore, you cannot be certain that they have not planted spies in the city. Perhaps your whereabouts have already been exposed. In my opinion, we should pretend we haven't found anything, rest in the city for 2 days, and then leave under false pretenses. Maybe we can find something then. On the other side, although Qin Yuan was some distance away from Feng Xiaodian and the others, his perception was not to be underestimated. He nodded silently as he listened to Feng Xiaodian's arrangement. Previously, when Yao Zi and Hao Ran were searching for intelligence outside the city, they practically had their thoughts written all over their foreheads. Not only did they walk through the streets and alleys, but they were also dressed in gorgeous clothes, making them very conspicuous in the crowd. However, Qin Yuan didn't care about their actions. Letting them attract the thieves' attention allowed Qin Yuan to continue to hide his identity and investigate everything in secret. A few days later, in the afternoon, Feng Xiaodian and his group left Nottingham City, without achieving their goal, as planned. The city was crowded with people, making it easy to hide, but the area outside Nottingham was mostly wilderness, and if there were spies following them, they would be detected very quickly. They slowed their pace, walking slowly, and remained constantly vigilant of their surroundings. At the gates of Nottingham, 2 men stood still. "Boss, do we still want to go?" the thin man asked. The burly man beside him shook his head. "There's no need to follow. It's best if they leave on their own. However, our recent actions have been too frequent, which has aroused the suspicion of the city lord's mansion. Without these troublemakers, let's finish the task assigned by the adults as soon as possible. The city lord's mansion is indeed troublesome, but there aren't many strong individuals there. If we split up, they won't be able to handle us all at once. This is our opportunity, and it's worth it even if some of us have to sacrifice some." Meanwhile, outside the city, in a dense forest, the old man in black robes surveyed the city of Nottingham through the black crows. "I never imagined that this small city of Nottingham would have produced a titled Douluo powerhouse." He surveyed a wide area, taking in all the traces left by Tang Hao. However, since Black Crow is an incarnation of soul power, it cannot directly identify the identity of a transformed soul beast. Therefore, the old man in black robes was unaware that there was another opportunity in Notting City. Of course, if he dared to make a move on Xiaowu, he would be close to death. Tang Hao was no pushover, and he was known for his vindictiveness. Even someone like Qin Yuan, with his godlike perspective, wouldn't dare to mess with Xiaowu anytime soon, let alone a native evil spirit master. Let's gather cultivation resources as soon as possible, lest we run into that title Douluo. With this thought in mind, the old man in black robes quickly assigned tasks to his subordinates. Feng Xiaodian and the others left, but Qin Yuan did not. Sure enough, the gang of thieves began to stir. That night, thieves began their rampage at the Nottingham night market, plunging the entire street into chaos. The enforcement team tirelessly patrolled the city, but with little success. Those child traffickers were all soul masters. Notting City is a small city with few soul masters, and how many of them choose to join the law enforcement team? In an instant, serious riots broke out throughout the city, and the law enforcement team was no match for the gang of thieves. The fact that they robbed people on the street proves that this gang of thieves has become extremely deranged and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Chapter 103 Bewitching People. Qin Yuan was in no hurry to leave the field. He didn't know if there were any powerful figures behind this group of thieves. If they made a move in the city and caused the powerful figures behind them to suffer, not only would Qin Yuan himself be in trouble, but if a conflict involving soul saints or even soul Douluos broke out in the city, countless people would probably be implicated. Furthermore, if the person behind this escapes, who knows how many more children will suffer in the future. Suppressing his murderous intent, Qin Yuan concealed himself and followed the group of thieves out of the city. On the other side, Feng Xiaotian and the others had not gone far. Seeing that no one was following them, they wandered in the forest outside Nottingham. Upon noticing the battle breaking out in Nottingham, they immediately turned back to provide support. Xiaotian's arrangement was indeed correct. Those thieves must have been lying in wait in the city beforehand. Heoran felt relieved. If it weren't for Feng Xiaotian's arrival, he probably wouldn't have realized the problem by now. Don't talk, speed up, don't let those thieves escape, Feng Xiaotian warned. Qin Yuan followed them for a long time and finally saw the group of thieves meet up in a wooden house outside the city. This wooden house is extremely well hidden. Even if people were sent to search the mountain, they might not be able to find its location. The group knocked out the kidnapped children and threw them all into the wooden house. Qin Yuan sensed that there were at least 10 children in the wooden house, which showed how vicious this group of people were. Brother, we only need 10 more to meet that person's requirements. Then, we can become strong too. Looking at the situation in the wooden house, the thin man had a big smile on his face. Although robbing people on the street caused them significant losses, they also gained a lot. Don't be too happy yet. Before the burly man could finish speaking, he saw a blood-red figure approaching them in the distance, which immediately put him on alert. Who are you? The person who arrived was Qin Yuan. Now that he had found the thieves' hideout, there was no need for him to wait any longer. As long as the children are here, we don't need to worry about the person behind the scenes not showing up. Qin Yuan remained silent, his eyes fierce, and stepped forward. The faint aura of the god of slaughter's domain put immense pressure on the group of thieves, and some even dropped their weapons out of fear. Your mightiness. Before the man could finish speaking, a blazing battle blade suddenly appeared in Qin Yuan's hand. The blade flashed, and the man's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he never had the chance to say them again. His eyes widened in terror, his gaze plummeting downwards until he saw his own body. With the head falling to the ground, the remaining thieves sensed something was wrong and tried to flee. The killing god domain spread out from Qin Yuan's body, enveloping the entire area. These people were terrified and remained unmoved as Qin Yuan took their lives. HMPH, just some trash. These people aren't even considered fallen ones, they're at most roving thugs. Yet, they insist on associating with the evil spirit master behind them. Qin Yuan might not kill the criminals, he would most likely subdue them and hand them over to the city lord's mansion for disposal. But if someone willingly falls into the trap of becoming an evil soul master, he will show no mercy. Snap, snap, snap tilde. Applause rang out in the darkness, and turning around, one could see a figure in black robes approaching. As expected of a renowned genius, you've risen from level 74 to the peak of level 79 in just 2 years. Even I envy your breakthrough speed. Qin Yuan held the knife in reverse, the blade lightly grazing his arm guard to wipe away the bloodstains. So you're the one who slipped through the net 2 years ago. The culprit who kidnapped Yi Tianxin. The old man in black robes was not angry. He said with a slight smile, young man, your cultivation journey has been too smooth. It may not be a good thing. It has made you lose respect for the strong. He paused, took a few steps forward, but didn't make a move. Instead, he began to preach profound principles. The average innate soul power of most of us is less than level 5. Geniuses like Zhaoming, who have innate soul power of level 6 or 7, are ultimately a minority. This world is so unfair. Why should the innate soul power at birth determine the future potential of a soul master? How many people on the continent have died in countless battles for a sliver of a chance to defy fate? You are a genius, but I see a lack of compassion in you. Don't you think the world is cruel? Join us. Fight for the injustice of fate. Fight for the ordinary soul masters oppressed by the spirit hall. Qin Yuan gave a soft snort, completely unmoved by the charade. He was never a top genius. His innate soul power was only level 5. Without immortal herbs and various fortuitous encounters, his current peak soul saint cultivation would be his limit for 40 or 50 years, with no possibility of further breakthrough. But even before he got the opportunity, did he give up on himself? The answer is no. Even knowing he would be an ordinary person in the future, he still strives to cultivate himself and faces his life with a positive attitude. Where are these evil spirit masters? Haha, they all complain about the unfairness of their fate, but they never think about those ordinary people who don't even have innate soul power. Reaching the pinnacle of soul master status is undoubtedly the goal pursued by countless people, but many others, along the way, come to understand themselves and turn to face the rest of their lives with an optimistic attitude. This group of evil spirit masters will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, shifting the injustice of fate onto others and harming innocent people to improve their cultivation. It is simply unforgivable. If it weren't for rescuing more than 100 children in the village, Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen would have hunted down the old man in black robes long ago, instead of letting him live to this day. A very powerful mental approach, but it's useless against me. The measure of one's worth is never the recognition of others. Your path is destined to be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. As he spoke, Qin Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he brandished his battle blade, casually unleashing multiple sword energies with a single stroke. Fortunately, after absorbing the immortal herb, he also absorbed the autumn water of the River of Oblivion, which enhanced his spiritual power. Otherwise, the mental and spiritual skills released silently by the opponent would be enough to make him fall into them, with unimaginable consequences. Seeing that his plan had failed, the old man in black robes immediately became furious. You geniuses will never understand our pain. Since you are unwilling to join us, then die. His hands became unusual, like the arms of a demon, and a pair of black raven wings appeared behind him. An aura of utter evil and wickedness lingered around him. Even with Qin Yuan's god of slaughter domain, he was still shocked by this evil aura. Such an aura is on a completely different level from that of Zhaoming and the others. It is likely that this black-robed old man has not only come into contact with the cultivation methods of ordinary evil soul masters, but may also have mastered even more evil secret techniques. In any case, Qin Yuan had no curiosity about this, nor would he be swayed by it. Killing the person before him and eradicating this secret technique from the continent was what he needed to do. Qin Yuan doesn't consider himself a good person, but when it comes to evil spirit masters, everyone has the right to kill them. Fourth soul skill, earth-splitting cleave. The blazing battle blade sliced across the ground, unleashing a powerful burst of fiery energy. The sword strike was domineering, continuous, and incredibly powerful. Chapter 104. You will never understand our suffering. A trivial skill. The old man in black robes was physically strong. Faced with such a powerful blade, he did not back down, but simply stretched out his arms and easily caught it. The arm of some kind of soul beast, or an external soul bone. Qin Yuan's face darkened. Although his blade wasn't the sharpest, he was confident it could pose a threat to even a typical soul Douluo powerhouse. The strength of the black-robed elder's arm was clearly not what a human should have. It seemed more like the limb of some powerful soul beast forcibly grafted onto his body, or perhaps some special soul bone that enhanced the arm. Qin Yuan had no time to think, as the old man in black robes had already attacked him. Even the blade energy couldn't shatter his right arm. Once he got close, how could Qin Yuan, with his physical strength, possibly withstand the enemy's full-force attack? Qin Yuan took a step back, his snow treading without a trace technique activated automatically, using the evening breeze to retreat and avoid the enemy's strongest attack. The old man in black robes, having failed in his attack, suddenly raised his head, and his aged eyes beneath the brim of his hat turned scarlet, like the eyes of a demon. 8 spirit rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared beneath his feet. As he said before, he was just an ordinary soul master in his early years, and without a privileged background, his soul ring configuration was not optimal. However, his current strength is that of a true soul Douluo powerhouse. He had witnessed Qin Yuan's movement techniques and various skills through Black Crow before. Now, there were still titled Douluo-level experts lurking near Nodding City, and he wasn't sure if they would return. If the battle dragged on for too long, trouble was inevitable. Eradicating evil soul masters is a consensus across the continent, and he dared not gamble that the titled Douluo would not make a move against him. 7th soul skill, Black Crow true form. The black-robed old man's figure transformed into his martial soul form. Although it was called the Black Crow martial soul, after activating his true martial soul form, his appearance was completely different from that of a black crow. Instead, he appeared as a bipedal demon that seemed to come from hell. The crimson light on his arms intensified, and his aura surged rapidly. Qin Yuan retreated lightly, but was unable to shake off the opponent's attack. Helpless, he also activated his martial soul true form. The glow of the 100,000-year soul ring dyed the night sky red, and a humanoid phantom wielding a knife quickly rose from the ground with great momentum. After obtaining the classic of the vast ocean, Qin Yuan's soul power became as vast as the sea, and he was unafraid of being consumed. At the same time, the fiery arm bone located on the arm emitted a dazzling flame. With the enhancement of the soul bone and the support of the martial soul true body, the power of the blazing battle blade had already surpassed the limit of the soul saint, and it feared no soul Douluo. 6th soul skill, bloodthirsty flame slash. The movements of raising and swinging the knife were fluid and seamless. The strike, combining raging flames and boundless sword energy, finally had an effect. Although the old man in black robes still managed to take the blows with his arms, this time, there were obvious wounds on his arms. Damn brat. 6th soul skill, 1,000 crows devour heart. Above the battlefield, black crows formed from soul power appeared out of thin air, their target clear as they swooped down toward Qin Yuan. The attacks were so dense that they were difficult to dodge. Qin Yuan unleashed several sword strikes, easily killing Black Crow. However, Black Crow's body was a powder keg. Upon death, it caused an extremely severe explosion. The aftershocks, even from a great distance, could affect Qin Yuan. If the explosion of a few dozen black crows is so serious, then the explosion of hundreds or thousands of black crows at once would seriously threaten his life. He tried to escape, but the old man in black robes wouldn't let him go, as if he wanted to drag him down with him. While the god of slaughter domain is powerful, it is far less effective than domains of light when facing the most evil and wicked targets. Qin Yuan frowned, his mood sinking to the bottom, and he thought to himself, is there no way to avoid it? In Nodding City, with the arrival of Feng Xiaodian and others to provide support, and with the cooperation of the law enforcement team and many deacons of the Spirit Hall, the situation was finally stabilized. Qin Yuan wiped out most of the bandits outside the city, and the rest scattered and fled. With no bandits coming to their aid, the bandits inside the city could not escape and were forced into corners, whereupon they took the children hostage. 3rd soul skill, Gale Wings. Feng Xiaodian was extremely fast. The law enforcement team attracted the thieves' attention, and he launched a surprise attack from behind, quickly taking down the last thief and rescuing the child. Haoran and the others arrived late, their faces showing relief. Luckily we made it in time. If we had been a step slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Haoran was very grateful. If Feng Xiaodian hadn't come, how could this naive nobleman have acted so smoothly? Not far away, Lord Xiao finally felt relieved. The thief's act of violence in the street has had a certain impact on public order, and even some rats in the city have become restless. Fortunately, the impact was minimal. With the help of Feng Xiaodian and others, the situation was quickly brought under control. The next step was to appease the people, and there wasn't much trouble. City Lord Xiao stepped forward and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you all for your help, young friends. I will prepare a feast for you tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, a violent surge of soul power erupted outside the city. The dark red hue collided with the blazing light, staining the entire night sky crimson. The two forces were clearly distinct and clashed head-on. The mountains and rivers outside the city crumbled inch by inch, and birds and beasts scattered and fled, showing signs of an invasion of Nottingham. That's a battle between top-tier soul saints and soul Douluos. Feng Xiaodian, with his exceptional knowledge, recognized it at a glance. One of the auras was extremely malevolent, while the other was slightly weaker, but its soul power was extremely thick, and even Feng Xiaodian found it somewhat familiar. Its teacher Qin Yaozi had recently been in contact with Qin Yuan and could recognize his aura. Contra. City Lord Xiao was startled at first, then seemed to be thinking. However, Nottingham City is currently facing considerable trouble. Notting City is located not far from the outer edge of the Stardow Great Forest. The soul power aura generated by the deadly battle between two soul Douluo level powerhouses will inevitably cause nearby soul beasts to flee. Beast tides can be categorized as either active or passive. In a small city like Nottingham, no soul beast overlord would be willing to attack them. The clash between these powerful soul Douluo warriors has caused the soul beasts to scatter and flee. If the soul beasts head towards Nodding City, it will surely be a disaster. Helpless, Lord Xiao looked at Feng Xiaotian and his companions again. Young friends, please assist with the city's defense. I, Xiao, will be extremely grateful. Soul masters who come from academies inevitably possess a simple sense of justice, and when faced with such matters, they will not refuse to help if it is within their power. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu couldn't get involved. With such a big incident happening tonight, Yu Xiaoging is very worried about the safety of the two. After making inquiries from various sources, Yu Xiaoging found the place and immediately took the two away. As for what happens next, it's not something two great soul masters can handle. People like Feng Xiaotian and the other two, who possess strength between Soul Venerable and Soul Sect Master, will be the main force in dealing with the beast tide. On the other side, Yu Xiaoging frowned and couldn't help but scold, Xiao San, you've always been an obedient child, how could you be so reckless? There was just a riot in the city, and I was very worried that you would suffer a terrible fate. Chapter 105 The Flames of War Spread. In Yu Xiaoging's eyes, Tang San and Xiao Wu are still children. Although he possessed the combat power of a high-level soul master, he had never experienced actual combat or received systematic combat training. How could he possibly be a match for those vicious villains? But what he didn't know was that Tang San, having lived two lives, possessed combat experience comparable to most soul masters. And Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, had 100,000 years of combat experience, something no one else could match. According to insiders, among the three, Yu Xiaoging was the most inexperienced new recruit. Tang San wouldn't disobey Yu Xiaoging, but he tried his best to defend himself. Teacher, you said that the birth of a soul master is for fighting. And those peak existences in the soul master world also transformed into strongmen through fighting. Although Xiao Wu and I are young, we have the means and resources to fight, so I think we won't be a problem in real combat. Moreover, this time we were only assisting the city lord's mansion and the spirit hall, and we did not encounter the enemy alone. Tang San's strength has surpassed that of Yu Xiaoging, so the latter naturally dared not be too forceful. Yu Xiaoging stood with his hands behind his back, slightly raising his head to look at the moonlight, and said in a deliberately profound tone, Xiao San, I'm doing this for your own good. You're still too young and don't know how ruthless the world of soul masters can be. Alright, come back to the academy with me. After this turmoil is over, you can go to Shrek Academy. When you enter the next phase of your academy life, you will get what you want. The troubles in Nodding City were clearly not over, but since Yu Xiaoging had said so, Tang San had no choice but to suppress his temper and go back with him. At least, the Dean of Nodding Academy is a soul master, which is enough to protect the entire academy. Struck by the black-robed elder's arms, Qin Yuan was still seriously injured, even in his martial soul true body state and with his sword blocking the attack. The gap between a soul saint and a soul Douluo is indeed insurmountable. Qin Yuan thought to himself. With the support of a 100,000-year-old spirit ring, Qin Yuan's martial soul true body was incredibly large, comparable to a typical title Douluo. In addition, with his abundant spirit power, Qin Yuan could maintain his enormous phantom body at will. It's important to know that in the world of soul masters, physical size is a strong indicator of power and has a significant visual impact. Although the black-robed elder's martial spirit true body was smaller, its powerful physique not only withstood Qin Yuan's attack but also firmly suppressed him. In his martial soul true form state, Qin Yuan could unleash his first 6 soul skills without restriction, and his own state had already been stacked to its limit. However, his mental state seems very abnormal. Years of exposure to negative emotions, amplified infinitely in his martial soul true body state, have caused him to lose control. As he thought to himself, Qin Yuan glanced behind him. Nodding City is right behind us. If a soul Douluo who has lost control were to break into it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He didn't know if anyone was watching the fight, or even if Tang Hao was hiding nearby. However, in order to prevent the war from affecting others, he had to resort to his last resort. 10,000-year flame right leg soul bone skill, war spreads across the plains. With a step forward of his right foot, the entire battlefield was engulfed in blazing flames. The killing god domain is inherently an evil domain, and its suppressive effect on evildoers is very weak. On the contrary, the flame domain provided by the soul bone has an extremely strong suppressive effect on evil spirits. The flames spread from his body, engulfing the entire battlefield. The scorching flames incinerated all the plants within range. The evil aura emanating from the black-robed old man was only slightly touched before he was completely consumed by the fire. Consumed by evil thoughts, the black-robed elder in his martial soul true form state was no different from a wild beast. The intense pain drove him to fight back like a madman. Bathed in the domain, the fire attribute power in Qin Yuan's martial soul increased exponentially, and he was no longer afraid. With each swing of the sword, a fiery blade mark would be left in front of him. He unleashed hundreds and thousands of strikes before the blade marks were fully formed, and the overwhelming force of the blades swirled around him, as solid as the Great Wall. The power of war is indeed immense, but it also takes a heavy toll on me. We must end this quickly. If it were before, using this 100,000-year domain soul skill would have drained Qin Yuan's soul power in just a few minutes. Even with the cultivation technique, Han Hai Jing, he couldn't withstand the long-term consumption, and when maintaining the strongest power of the domain, the consumption would increase exponentially, so he couldn't last long either. With the Great Wall formed by his sword's power, he was not afraid to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the old man in black robes. With each strike of the battle blade, its power steadily increased, reaching the 81st level. 81 consecutive slashes. With a furious roar, the power of the battle blade reached its limit. Qin Yuan gripped the knife handle tightly with both hands, the handle trembling uncontrollably. With multiple sword techniques superimposed and combined with 81 consecutive slashes, even Qin Yuan's swordsmanship level seemed to be stretched thin. As the sword slashed down, the black-robed old man instinctively withstood the blow, his exceptionally hard hands crossed in front of him to block. The moment the endless blade force touched his arms, the blade light radiated outwards, easily slicing through the black-robed old man's body. These arms, though powerful, began to crack under the constant infusion of sword energy, and soon crumbled inch by inch, releasing energy and revealing their original shape. The burst of momentum pushed both sides back simultaneously. Qin Yuan was unharmed due to the protection of his sword aura, but the black-robed elder was caught off guard and was directly hit, causing his martial soul true body to shatter and his entire body to fly backward. At the same time, the torment of resentment dissipated, and the old man in black robes regained his sanity. A mere peak soul saint can unleash such power. Given time, he will surely become one of the pinnacle beings. The black-robed elder lost his composure. He had only one thought in his mind: escape. He was born with a bird-type martial soul, possessing the ability to fly. He used the momentum to gain extremely high acceleration and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Yuan knew all too well that, if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. The old man in black robes was seriously injured. He would indeed hide away to lick his wounds in the short term, but it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't come out and cause trouble again in the future. Having learned his lesson this time, this guy will only become more secretive in his actions, and it probably won't be so easy to arrest him in the future. Chase. Qin Yuan withdrew his domain and martial soul true body, his figure as light as a feather in the wind. Even though his strength was inferior to his opponent's, he was still very fast thanks to the enhancement of his movement technique. But he did not let his guard down. Being chased was the most dangerous scenario. The opponent can launch a fatal counterattack at any time, and the roles of hunter and prey can often be reversed in an instant. Furthermore, during the pursuit, it is possible that they will attract the attention of other powerful figures along the way, thereby disrupting the battle, and it is even possible that the other side will provide reinforcements. The great battle between Qin Yuan and the black-robed elder came to an end. With the powerful aura of soul energy gone, Nodding City finally returned to peace. Feng Xiaotian and the others held their ground all night. Fortunately, only a small number of soul beasts rushed into the vicinity of Nodding City and were easily killed by them. At this moment, everyone was exhausted and casually leaned against the city wall. Who won? Heoran asked. Feng Xiaotian shrugged. If that teacher Qin loses, I imagine another Soul Douluo powerhouse will disregard everything and storm into Nodding City, right? Chapter 106 I'm not reconciled. This experience is Heoran's graduation test. Although the process was full of twists and turns, it also attracted clashes between powerful Contra warriors. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he was able to explain himself when he returned and formally submit his graduation application. Aren't you considering participating in the next Soul Master competition? Feng Xiaotian asked. In fact, established academies, led by Shenfeng Academy, have extremely strict admission requirements. In addition to matching attributes, the most important requirement is that they must be children of noble families. Students like Haoran, who possess both talent and strength, typically have powerful noble backgrounds. They don't need to prove themselves through the Soul Master competition. Instead, the competition within their families and for future resources is the most important thing. Unless you can achieve a top 3 finish in the Soul Master competition, it's meaningless and just a waste of time. The deepest reason why Lei Meng agreed to participate was to secure a spot in the finals and avoid wasting energy on the preliminary and qualifying rounds. Haoran isn't an only child, so instead of joining a team and trying to get into the top 3 in the competition, he might as well go home early. Indeed, I wonder if we'll ever have the chance to meet again, Feng Xiaotian sighed. Haoran waved his hand and said with a smile, there will be opportunities. After saying that, he stood up, seemingly tireless. Xiaotian, I'm going back now. What about you? He reached out and pulled Feng Xiaotian up, but Feng Xiaotian didn't intend to stay any longer. It was just a training mission. He had no feelings for Nottingham City and didn't think such a small border town was worth wandering around in. Miss Yao Zi, then see you at the Soul Master competition. Feng Xiaotian waved goodbye. Yao Zi nodded, not in a hurry to leave. She wanted to wait for Qin Yuan to return so she could bring him back to the academy. However, she needed to find out if Qin Yuan was a Contra. If so, one is qualified to become the Dean of the College of Plants. The position of Dean has been vacant for a long time, and the major families, led by the Yao family, have been hoping to recruit a Soul Douluo level expert to oversee the position in the future. If Qin Yuan is willing to accept, that would be a tremendous opportunity. However, Feng Xiaotian wasn't entirely certain when he said that. After all, Feng Xiaotian was only a Soul Master. How could he possibly know the boundary between a peak Soul Saint and a Soul Douluo? He could only guess that the strength of the people fighting was within a certain range, possibly Soul Douluo level. However, Yao Zi's waiting was destined to be fruitless. Qin Yuan had already pursued the black-robed elder into the territory of the Star Luo Empire, and he certainly wouldn't be returning. The other city closest to Nottingham. News of what happened in Nottingham last night has reached here this morning. Have you heard? A fight broke out in Notting City last night, involving even a battle between experts at the Contra level. Yeah, I heard that a huge crater has been blasted out outside the city. It'll probably turn into a lake soon. Those country bumpkins in Notting City are really getting a good deal. Passers-by were all talking about it. At a roadside tavern, a middle-aged man, dressed in rags and with a stubble beard, heard everything clearly. Damn it, I've only been gone for half a month and such a big battle has broken out in Notting City. I hope Xiao San and that rabbit are all right. After finishing his cheap beer, the middle-aged man disappeared without even leaving any money for the drink. He is Tang Hao. With Tang San and Xiao Wu nearing graduation, Tang Hao certainly wouldn't stay in Notting City. Instead, he planned to scout ahead and secretly protect Tang San's safety. However, not long after he left, the situation in Notting City changed. Since there isn't much information available about Soul Douluo level experts who can recognize the identities of transformed soul beasts, Tang Hao believes that there's a high probability that these two Soul Douluo level experts clashed over Xiao Wu. If what he thinks is true, Xiao Wu being captured is a minor matter, but Tang San encountering misfortune would be a real problem. A desolate wilderness where Xingluo and Tiando meet. Qin Yuan pursued the old man for a long time, but the old man in black robes seemed to be exhausted and was still desperately trying to escape. However, he had been to this area before. 100 miles away lay the front line where the two great empires were locked in confrontation. If this old man in black robes were to rush into the battlefield, the situation would inevitably spiral out of control. If the old man in black robes escapes, that's a minor issue. The real problem would be if the two great empires were to go to war because of it. If things go wrong, Qin Yuan could become a blatant sinner against both empires. This area is surrounded by mountains. It won't be easy for the old man in black robes to fly over the Five-Finger Mountain. We need to cut off his escape route as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan intensified his pursuit, continuously unleashing sword energy. In the center of this desolate land, there are 5 towering mountains that reach into the clouds. Unless one is a titled Douluo, the flight limit of an ordinary soul master can never exceed the height of these mountains. This is the benefit of mastering the theory of soul masters. In battle, one can use the environment to escape or to kill. Those 5 mountains cover a vast area and form a semi-enclosed structure. If the old man in black robes is driven into them, he can be trapped like a turtle in a jar. The old man in black robes was not familiar with this area, which was understandable, as the surrounding area was all barren mountains, far from human settlements, and his cultivation required human blood as a catalyst. He might be familiar with those remote villages, but these uninhabited areas were not his target territory. Unsurprisingly, he was driven into the Wujishan area. The 5 mountain peaks soar into the clouds, like 5 fingers supporting the entire sky, majestic and towering, a masterpiece of nature. Qin Yuan blocked the exit, so if the black-robed old man wanted to escape, he could only try to climb over a mountain peak when he reached his maximum potential. But how could his climbing speed compare to Qin Yuan's? Qin Yuan relies on his movement technique to walk on air. Theoretically, there is no limit to his ability to move. As long as the air is not extremely thin, he can ride the wind. The speed of climbing a mountain on foot can hardly compare to the speed of walking on the wind. The old man in black robes felt a chill run down his spine, knowing there was no way to avoid it. I have cultivated for decades, am I destined to perish here today? If I had his innate soul power, would I have reached this level today as a peak soul saint at such a young age? His 7th spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring. Why does heaven favor him and abandon me? I'm not reconciled. Qin Yuan didn't care whether the old man in black robes was willing or not. The moment the old man stopped fleeing, he had already caught up. The blazing blade radiated intense flames, as if blessed by the sun, making its power even greater. With a single strike, the myriad sword techniques converged into one, easily slaying the black-robed elder who was nearly exhausted. With things having come to this point, Qin Yuan was finally able to catch his breath. The soul power, carrying the corpse of the black-robed old man, landed on one of the mountain peaks. You're so mysterious, who exactly are you? Qin Yuan tore open the old man's black robe, revealing his true appearance. The longer one is exposed to evil practices, the more severe the backlash becomes. The old man's entire face looked as if it had been gnawed by maggots, and he was no longer recognizable as a human. His body was in no better shape, already riddled with holes. In other words, evil magic was controlling his body. Any normal person would have died long ago in this state. Chapter 107 Desperate Situation. The soul guide ring on the black-robed old man's body was Qin Yuan's spoils of war. However, Qin Yuan was unsure whether the other party's soul tool contained any secret manuals of evil techniques. There are many hidden dangers in the Douluo continent. He cannot guarantee that those cultivation techniques will not contain any methods that bewitch people's minds. If he falls into one of them, it will be troublesome. To be on the safe side, he had no attachment to the treasures in the storage soul tool, and along with the old man's corpse, he used the blazing flames in his martial soul to burn it to ashes. Open black lens bracket, complete a 4-star quest and receive a divine soul ring as a reward. Close black lens bracket. The moment the system announced it, a colorless bead appeared in Qin Yuan's hand, radiating pure soul power. This is the divinely bestowed soul ring. Qin Yuan looked at the round bead in his hand in amazement. He paused, then glanced around. This area is safe enough that few people visit it, and besides, it is located halfway up one of the mountains. These 5 towering mountains are extremely steep, and the area is completely barren except for some moss and low-lying ferns, which turn the entire mountain green. For ordinary soul masters who cannot fly, falling from a height is very dangerous. In addition, there are no rare and precious materials here, so who would come to climb the mountain for no reason? With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan found a place to stay on the mountain, then sat down cross-legged and took out the cultivation resources he had prepared in advance from his soul tool to quickly cultivate his soul power. Once he broke through level 80, he could directly refine the divinely bestowed soul ring. With things having come to this point, Qin Yuan's most pressing task can be considered complete. Generally speaking, refining a divinely bestowed soul ring takes a very long time. Fortunately, this place is safe enough that no one will disturb him, so he decided to go into seclusion here for a while. Moreover, when the black-robed elder was killed, there was not much fluctuation of soul power. In addition, the area is surrounded by mountains, so the soul power aura could not be transmitted to the outside world. The boundary between Tiando and Xingluo. A young man clad in silver armor, leading several soldiers, galloped across the vast, arid plains. The leader had a resolute face. The childishness on his face had faded, replaced by composure and competence. His silver armor was soaked in blood, making him look quite disheveled. If Qin Yuan were here, he would definitely recognize that this young man is Lei Meng. "Brother, it seems we can't escape this time." One of the soldiers beside him was Xiao Chanu from the Lord of Nodding City. When Lei Meng went to see Lord Xiao, he offered Xiao Chanu to become his subordinate in exchange for it. Xiao Chanu isn't considered powerful, he's currently only at the Great Soul Master level. Of course, this level of strength is sufficient on the battlefield. In most cases, the two empires will control the intensity of the conflict, which usually consists of fighting between ordinary soldiers. A Great Soul Master, with good luck, has every chance of becoming a centurion in an ordinary army. Back in Wuhan City, Lei Zhen listened to Qin Yuan's advice and taught Lei Meng tactics such as behind enemy lines operations and special operations, in order to quickly accumulate combat merits in a short period of time. Lei Meng was indeed working on it, having established a small team specifically for operations behind enemy lines. They had already achieved significant results, cutting off the Douluo Empire's supply lines and burning down its granaries. The credit for this major battle will undoubtedly go to Lei Meng's squad. Having achieved such great military merit, Lei Meng has met the royal family's requirements and can retire upon returning home. Unfortunately, fate often plays tricks on people like this. They were discovered during their retreat, and the Douluo Empire, in retaliation, dispatched a team of several Soul Emperor-level experts to encircle and annihilate them. Lei Meng was only a level 55 Soul King, and of the 4 soldiers beside him, only the Great Soul Master remained. There were some Soul Masters and Soul Venerables before, but in order to cover their retreat, they were willing to stay behind to cover the rear. "We'll definitely escape." A sense of desolation flashed through Lei Meng's mind. As the son of a duke, he must not be captured. If captured and killed in prison, that would be one thing, but if released, it would bring shame to the family and completely eliminate any possibility of inheriting the title. If our identities are exposed and we become bargaining chips at the negotiating table, that would be truly troublesome. Having experienced life or death battles on the battlefield, coupled with the royal family's rewards after the Soul Master competition, his breakthrough speed was undoubtedly fast enough. Unfortunately, his cultivation time was very short, making it impossible for him to cope with multiple Soul Emperors. That evening, they were cornered. "Brother, there's no road ahead." Xiao Chanu felt a sense of despair. Ahead lay a giant lake. None of them were water attribute Soul Masters, and the water resistance would greatly limit their escape speed. At that time, the enemy will only need to unleash their soul skills on the shore, and they will be unable to escape. Moreover, the pursuing force includes a Soul Emperor with a flying-type martial soul. Rear. A bunch of damned insects have destroyed my supply lines, causing my frontline army to collapse. His Majesty will surely be furious. Only by killing them can His Majesty's anger be appeased. General, there's no way forward, they can't escape. Lei Meng's expression remained resolute. He turned to look at Xiao Chanu beside him and his comrades. "I'm sorry everyone. If I hadn't been so greedy and reckless, and had retreated earlier, perhaps we wouldn't be in this predicament today." "Haha, Captain, you're joking. We follow you because of military merit. The Empire is fair in its rewards and punishments. Even if we die, our military merits will be transferred to our families." "Yes, we went deep into enemy territory for military merit, didn't we? It's worth it to exchange one person's strength for the future wealth and honor of our families." Lei Meng turned around, looked at the lake in front of him, and said, "Everyone, let's sink to the bottom of the lake together, and leave them no corpses." After saying that, he leapt into the lake, determined to die for his cause. Undeterred by death, Xiao Chanu and the others followed him and sank into the lake together. The pursuers behind them noticed the intelligence and quickly arrived, but unfortunately, Lei Meng and the others had already sunk to a deeper depth, making it impossible for them to go down and retrieve them. After all, spirit beasts do exist in lakes. Furthermore, they couldn't guarantee this wasn't a scheme by Lei Meng and his group. As land-based spirit masters, they were all landlubbers, fighting in a river, even for a spirit emperor, carried the risk of death. What a cunning bunch. Everyone, let's unleash our soul skills together and blast them to death, then we'll come back to retrieve them. We need to find them alive or dead. This group of soul emperors went completely mad, unleashing a torrent of soul skills. The once calm lake became turbulent under the bombardment of soul skills. It's important to know that water is incompressible. If an explosion occurs in water, even if the person is far away, they will be killed by the shockwave. Lei Meng and the others were soul masters, and their ability to hold their breath was unmatched by ordinary people, so they wouldn't drown immediately. However, the weaker great soul masters perished completely in the repeated explosions, and their bodies floated to the surface. Lei Meng acted swiftly, sinking rapidly and temporarily escaping the blast. Just as the explosion was about to hit, he grabbed Xiao Chanu beside him, using his soul power barrier to temporarily block the aftershocks, while simultaneously sinking even faster. Chapter 108 The Secret Pouch. While submerged in water, Lei Meng was unable to speak. As he continued to sink, the pressure on his body increased, and Xiao Chanu, unable to bear it any longer, fainted. Lei Meng's consciousness gradually began to blur, he was prepared to die. But soon, a turning point appeared. A group of soul emperors continuously unleashed their soul skills, their powerful attacks shattering the boulders beneath the lake. A hidden passage lay beneath, and as water surged into it, it created whirlpools that swept the two of them in. Ashore, seeing the three corpses rise to the surface, the group of soul emperors finally ceased their attack. There were 5 of them in total. 3 are dead, and 2 remain. General, let's not rush to go down and retrieve it. I've heard from the coroner that, under normal circumstances, when a person dies in the water, the body will float to the surface. Let's wait patiently to avoid any traps. Time passed day by day. After waiting on the shore for a long time, the group of soul emperors ultimately did not see the bodies of Lei Meng and the other man. Of course, the underwater conditions are complex, and the body could potentially be washed away. They kept watch around the lake for a long time, but no one surfaced, so they naturally gave up the pursuit. After all, even a sea soul master cannot hold their breath underwater for several days without exhaling. Who knows, Lei Meng and the other man's bodies might have already been blown to pieces. There were 3 corpses, and they didn't know who the leader was, so they just randomly picked one of them as the leader and took him back to report. Meanwhile, in an underground cave, Lei Meng slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? He looked around. It wasn't dark around. Bright firelight emanated from not far away, and the temperature was extremely high, with waves of heat engulfing the body and making it uncomfortable. Xiao Chanu, wake up. Xiao Chanu was also swept away by the current, but he was still unconscious. This place was perfectly safe, so Lei Meng wasn't in a hurry to wake him up and instead checked the surroundings. He had not lost consciousness while in the lake and knew that he was being swept away by the current. But where is this place? After walking about 100 meters, a wave of heat hit him, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. With his hand blocking his eyes, leaving only a slit, Lei Meng squinted and barely managed to see the situation. There's a vast lava lake below. Lei Meng quickly took out a map. According to their escape route, there was indeed a volcano nearby. However, this volcano had not erupted for many years, but unexpectedly, the magma underground was still active. However, Lei Meng is not a fire attribute soul master, so it's impossible for him to get out of the volcano, otherwise, he would be courting death. He can't fly either, and if he wants to get out, he must find a passage, otherwise he will be trapped here and die. Having grasped his current predicament, he slumped to the ground, looking utterly dejected. Knowing this would happen, they should have withdrawn immediately after achieving some success, instead of turning around and burning the Douluo army's granaries. The team, which originally consisted of more than a dozen people, is now reduced to just him and Xiao Chanu. Moreover, if they do not find a way out, the two of them will perish here, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire team. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly remembered something and took out a brocade pouch from his soul tool. The teacher said to open this secret plan, when you're in dire straits. I wonder if it has any good solutions. Opening the brocade pouch, the interior space was small, containing only a letter, a large flower wreathed in lightning, and a pure white herb exuding a faint chill. What kind of herb is this? Lei Meng asked, puzzled, and then opened the letter. The letter began briefly with Qin Yuan's words, when you open this letter, you should be in dire straits, but your life is not in immediate danger. I don't know what the future holds, so I hope you will have the opportunity to open this letter. Lei Meng's current situation is indeed like that. When he was being chased earlier, he had no mind to open the brocade pouch. Even if he had opened it, he probably wouldn't have bothered to examine the letters. Now was the perfect time for him to use the light from the scorching lava to read the contents of the letter. In the letter, Qin Yuan told Lei Meng about almost all the ways to save himself in desperate situations, including how to save himself if he accidentally entered an underground cave. Find a ventilated spot and follow the path, there must be a way out. The teacher will also provide climbing techniques. Lei Meng was overjoyed. The letter concluded by explaining the effects and methods of taking the two herbs. Both of these are divine herbs. The one radiating a thunderous aura is the thunder flower, a rare and precious herb perfectly suited for Lei Meng. As for the pure white herb, it is the snow ice grass, a powerful healing herb. While it cannot bring the dead back to life or heal flesh and bones, it can cure extremely severe internal injuries. Xiao Chanu was affected by the explosion and must have suffered serious internal injuries. Let him take this heavenly snow ice grass. The heavenly snow ice grass does not require oral administration or soul power refinement. As long as it is placed on the body, its medicinal power will automatically penetrate into the soul master's body through the panel. It is a miraculous medicine for those who are seriously injured and unable to move. Of course, although Lei Meng did not know that these were immortal herbs, he guessed from Qin Yuan's introduction that these two herbs were of extraordinary value. As for the other thunder grass, Lei Meng consumed it himself. Since he was already trapped in a desperate situation, he might as well use it. Only after consuming it and increasing their strength will they have a chance to escape. If they die here, no one outside will know, and the immortal herb will be wasted. In his introduction, Qin Yuan only vaguely mentioned that the heavenly thunder grass was helpful for Lei Meng's cultivation. Lei Meng thought they were just some of the more precious cultivation materials. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and began absorbing the heavenly thunder grass. Wujishan area. After several days of preparation and with the help of rare and precious materials, Qin Yuan's soul power level officially reached level 80. In the world of soul masters, those who reach level 71 or above are considered to have truly entered the ranks of powerful soul masters. However, once you reach the Contra Douluo level, you can establish your own sect and become a powerful force in your own right. Aren't the sect leaders of the four lower sects also at the Soul Douluo level? However, the sect leaders of the four lower sects are high-level Soul Douluo, and Qin Yuan is most likely no match for them at present. But I don't need to rush. A smile appeared on Qin Yuan's lips. I believe that one day, I will surpass Hu Yanjun and the others and truly enter the title Douluo level. After relaxing a bit and stretching his muscles, Qin Yuan sat down cross-legged again and began absorbing the divinely bestowed soul ring. How is this possible? My strength has actually reached level 60. Lei Meng was filled with disbelief after absorbing the immortal herb. It should be noted that after the Soul Master competition, he had already reached level 47.5, but before setting off for his training, he received guidance from his father and only then broke through to level 48. In these 3 years, he has advanced 6 levels minus the 1 level gained from absorbing the soul ring, a breakthrough speed that is already extremely fast. However, absorbing a single immortal herb allowed him to reach the level 60 realm, an efficiency that already surpasses the total amount he cultivated in the past 3 years. What incredibly precious natural treasures must these be? Lei Meng thought to himself. But he soon figured it out. If you, Master, are unwilling to accept me as your disciple, why bother preparing such powerful rare and precious materials? If I can escape this time, you will have done me a great service, and I will treat you with the respect due to a father in the future. Chapter 109 I'm retiring. I'm not dead. Xiao Chanu got up and felt his internal condition. In his earlier moments of delirium, he had already sensed severe internal injuries, and it was clear that death would come sooner or later. But now, not only have his injuries been healed, but his cultivation talent has also improved. What exactly happened? When Xiao Chanu got up, black ash was scattered all over his chest. Once the heavenly snow ice herb's power is exhausted, it will turn into black ash. Xiao Chanu has no idea what he has gone through. Lei Meng quickly came over and explained some things to him. As for the immortal herb, Lei Meng did not mention it. Xiao Chanu had followed behind him for a long time and had made great contributions in battle. However, the immortal herb was too precious, and he did not want the other party to owe him a favor. The herb given by the teacher was originally intended for him, and given the emergency, it was understandable that he would share it with others. Besides, Xiao Chanu's talent is not good, and even if he goes to visit a teacher, he will most likely not get any guidance. He cannot hurt the pride of this comrade in arms. Xiao Chanu, you rest here for now. I'll look for an exit nearby. Once we get out, let's retire. Your military achievements are enough to allow you to inherit your father's position as city lord. As for me, I am preparing to go home. Xiao Chanu's eyes were filled with melancholy. He was able to get acquainted with a young master like Lei Meng because of the kindness of his father. Even with improved talent, he didn't believe he could break through to Soul Saint or even Soul Douluo in the future. He and Lei Meng were ultimately from two different worlds. Having the opportunity to travel together was already a stroke of luck. Just like his father, who used to be Lei Zhen's clerk and had close ties with Lei Zhen, he eventually left on his own initiative and returned to Nottingham City to take up a post. If you don't have the talent, forcing it is pointless and will only make people dislike you. Perhaps Tang San and the others have this opportunity. Xiao Chanu thought to himself. Back then, he was defeated by Tang San and was very resentful. He even wanted to take revenge by using his father's power. Now, however, reality has worn down his edges, and he is amazed by the talents of Tang San and Xiao Wu. A soul master's innate soul power represents their upper limit. This is an ironclad rule of the continent that cannot be changed. However, he can take over his father's position and live the life he wants in the future. Having figured these things out, the dejection on his face disappeared, replaced by anticipation and longing for the future. Qin Yuan was unaware of Lei Meng and Xiao Chanu's predicament. The two were lucky. They quickly found a ventilation shaft and eventually crawled out of the underground world. Qin Yuan, after half a month, successfully absorbed a divinely bestowed soul ring. It should be noted that he possesses a 100,000-year-old soul bone and a 100,000-year-old soul ring. Coupled with the physical attributes of a near-soul Douluo level expert, he does not need to be cautious when increasing the age of his divinely bestowed soul ring, thus saving a significant amount of time. Yellow, purple, black, red, 8 spirit rings shone beneath his feet. That old man in black robes was right after all. His strength after breaking through to Soul Douluo is completely incomparable to that of Soul Saint. Qin Yuan sighed at his own strength. From today's perspective, my current strength would easily annihilate my past self. Although Soul Saints possess a martial soul true body, they lack high-level offensive soul skills, which always leaves them at a disadvantage in combat. Qin Yuan's 8th soul skill is both offensive and defensive. If he previously lacked confidence in defeating the sect leaders of the 4 lower sects, he has now changed his mind. The power of a 100,000-year-old soul skill far exceeds imagination. Qin Yuan took a few steps and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, looking at the 5-finger mountain. A spark of inspiration suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps without relying on the system's rewards, I can comprehend a soul skill of my own. He thought to himself. The fiery blade martial soul emerged, and he casually swung the blade according to his inner understanding. At the same time, he constantly discarded the dross and moved towards the sword technique he had come to understand. Meanwhile, in the central command tent of the Tiger Warriors, the moment he saw Lei Meng, the marshal of the Tiger Army finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lei Meng used an alias, Lei Zhen and the Tiger Army marshal were close friends, so how could he not recognize Lei Meng's identity? Originally, it was thought that Lei Meng had been chased and killed, and he had even prepared a memorial to apologize. Fortunately, before the memorial could be sent out, Lei Meng returned first. Commander Lei, you've done a great job. Your military achievements are enough. You've broken through to the Soul Emperor realm. The Tiger Army Marshal frowned, slightly surprised. Not long ago, Lei Meng was only a level 55 Soul King. How long has it been? Lei Meng bowed slightly and cupped his hands in greeting. Marshal, I was pursued to the brink of death, but unexpectedly obtained some fortuitous opportunities, which allowed me to break through in a short period. It's just a pity that the treasure land has been ruined since I took the opportunities. The Tiger Army Marshal waved his hand, unconcerned. Commander Lei, there's no need to explain. You got this opportunity, it's your own ability. I'll recommend you for merit. Soul Emperor level experts should also be given more responsibilities. You could become a commander in charge of logistics under me, or a lieutenant general on the front lines. Make your decision as soon as possible. To inherit the title of Duke, one must at least become a commander in the army and achieve outstanding military exploits. However, the Royal Fighting Team achieved second place in the competition, and with their outstanding performance in the finals, Emperor Shui personally lowered Lei Meng's standards. Therefore, Lei Meng has completed the trial. His actions laid the foundation for victory in a major battle, which means he has exceeded expectations. I'm sorry, Marshal, but I may have to disappoint you. I've decided to retire, and I hope you will grant my request. The Tiger Legion Marshal was taken aback. Remembering the honors Lei Meng had brought to the Empire, he guessed what was going on and hurriedly asked, You've made your decision. But let me ask you one more question, are you sure your achievements have met expectations? Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he immediately took out his command seal and approved Lei Meng's retirement. For noble children, unless they have a strong passion for war, it's best to stay away from the battlefield as early as possible. It's not too late to take command on the front lines after breaking through to the Soul Saint or even Soul Douluo level. After all, with the two empires controlling the intensity of the conflict, Soul Saints and Soul Douluo powerhouses were almost never at risk of perishing. Moreover, Lei Meng has obtained an opportunity, and may have a chance to break through to the title Douluo level in the future. At that time, he will not easily come to the battlefield. Lei Zhen, you've really raised a fine son, the Tiger Army Marshal thought to himself. Whenever I think of my good-for-nothing sons, I feel a strange sense of irritation. After removing his armor, Lei Meng changed into civilian clothes and left the military camp. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Over the course of 3 years, he had witnessed countless life and death situations, and even his comrades in arms had changed batch after batch. Before leaving, he made no announcement, but placed a farewell letter and some gold soul coins under the beds of his familiar comrades. Finally, he left the military camp with the supply team. On the way, Xiao Chunu asked, Big brother, will we ever see each other again? Nottingham City wasn't too far from the military camp, and he would be getting off the vehicle soon. Lei Meng lay on the car floor, gazing at the sky, his eyes filled with memories. We'll meet again. If you have time in the future, come find me in Heaven Do City. Chapter 110 Fiery Blade. Inside Wujishan Mountain. This place is sparsely populated and devoid of birds. The wind whistled through her fingers, making her clothes flutter. Qin Yuan stood on a platform, holding his breath and concentrating, his sword intent reaching its peak, and the flaming battle blade in his hand trembled spontaneously. Although I haven't been practicing for long, my insights have been flowing like a spring. I've already discarded most of the dross, and this sword technique should be fully formed by now. His gaze sharpened, and he swung his sword rapidly, unleashing more than a dozen sword energies in succession. Condense. Under his deliberate control, a dozen or so sword lights spontaneously condensed, transforming into a giant hand. Qin Yuan made a grabbing motion from a distance, his hand instantly clenching, and the target dummy he had thrown out beforehand was caught in his hand, and instantly annihilated. Although this move has just been perfected, its power should not be underestimated. Moreover, Qin Yuan has firmly remembered the insights he gained from this moment, and he only needs to use it more often in the future to perfect it completely. Let's call this move the soul-burning grip. Qin Yuan thought about it and then felt it was too simplistic. Besides the sword techniques provided by the system, he always felt that he would gain more insights into sword techniques in the future, at which time he could compile a complete set of inherited sword techniques. As for the name of this sword technique, let's call it the Fiery Blade. Currently, there's only the first move. Hopefully, there will be opportunities to expand it with other moves in the future, Qin Yuan thought to himself. After a pause, he sheathed his sword and, using the snow treading without a trace movement technique, descended the mountain at an extremely fast speed. In no time, he reached the foot of the mountain. This period of seclusion, during which he broke through and cultivated his self-created soul skill, lasted at least a month, almost 2 months. Judging by the days, Tang San and Xiao Wu should have arrived in Soto City by now. Qin Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to Shrek Academy, since they were on different tracks and there was no need to care too much. However, he was curious whether Ning Rongrong would join Shrek Academy after his training, just like in the original timeline. On the long road, a convoy traveled alone, as lonely as fallen leaves in the sea. The Five-Finger Peak is just ahead. If we go around it, we'll be in the territory of the Heavenly Dou Empire. The young man driving the car was full of anticipation. 2 women were sitting in the carriage. The older woman lifted the curtain and gazed at the distant, cloud-piercing mountains. The woman had delicate skin, but there were still tear stains at the corners of her eyes, making her look haggard. Hearing the young man's words, her mood finally improved somewhat, and she couldn't help but gently remind him. Zhao King, your father is gone. Our family has been repeatedly ostracized in the kingdom of Hadrian. This time we are secretly going to the Heavenly Dou Empire. You must restrain your temper, do not cause trouble everywhere, and do not expose our identities. The young man named Lin Qing sighed softly and said, Mother, don't worry, I'll be careful. But, father was betrayed by a villain, and I will get my revenge sooner or later. Those bastards won't just take the Lin family's assets so easily. The elderly woman wanted to offer a reminder, but she didn't say it aloud. Although she is old, she is able to live a comfortable life, which is inseparable from her husband. Now that his wife has passed away, the family has been divided up overnight, with various factions within the family vying for the family property. Where is the family affection of the past? The carriage swayed gently and traveled another 10 miles or so. Noticing the movement ahead, Lin Qing gently reined in his horse and slowed the carriage down. Mother, there are people ahead. If they are enemies, take UAA and run. As long as we enter the territory of the Heavenly Dou Empire, we will be safe. Fortunately, the Lin family had established close ties with some officials of the Heaven Dou Empire during their past business dealings. Now that the Lin family is in trouble, some officials have not taken advantage of their misfortune, and have even invited the Lin family to settle down in the Heaven Dou Empire. Lin Qing jumped off the carriage and walked forward with heavy steps. Only when he saw the person who had come did he breathe a sigh of relief and cup his hands in greeting. We've met by chance, may I ask how you are addressed, brother? The other person showed no signs of killing intent and walked with ease, clearly not an assassin. Qin Yuan glanced at him and thought to himself, a soul king in his early 20s, quite talented. He paused for a moment, then said, since we've only met by chance, there's no need to care about each other. Let's part ways here. Lin Qing was a sociable person by nature, and seeing Qin Yuan's powerful aura, how could he not make friends with him? After all, his family's successful escape from Hadrian's kingdom was also inseparable from his extensive network of friends. Brother, are you also entering the territory of the Heaven Dou Empire? If it's on the same route, why don't we travel together? Qin Yuan looked toward the carriage behind the other party and noticed the figures of 2 women. The 2 women's auras were not strong, and Lin Qing, being a soul king, posed no threat to him. The journey can be a bit boring, so it would be nice to meet someone to talk to. Lin Qing had a family to support, so he wasn't the kind of thief who would ambush and kill passers-by. My surname is Qin. What's your name? Qin Yuan stopped and spoke first. Brother, you can just call me Lin Qing. Lin Qing cupped his hands in greeting and then led Qin Yuan to the carriage. The elderly woman was initially reluctant. After all, they were refugees, how could they travel with strangers? However, Lin Qing trusted his intuition. He had made countless friends and could tell who was worth befriending and who should be avoided just by looking at their faces. The Lin family no longer exists. Even if it is rebuilt, the head of the family will be Lin Qing, not this elderly woman. Brother Qin, this is my wife, Biyu, and this is my mother, Shufan. After introducing themselves, the carriage continued its journey. During casual conversation, Biyu rarely spoke, and when she did, it was usually to cover for Lin Qing. Shufan, on the other hand, was intentionally or unintentionally inquiring about Qin Yuan's situation, in order to prevent him from encountering bad people. Qin Yuan did not reveal his real name, but he did mention some other details. Brother Qin is from Tiando City. Lin Qing sighed softly. I originally planned to travel to Tiando City for a while, but I didn't expect my family to encounter such a change. I guess I won't have much of a chance to go to Tiando City in the future. Oh, you're planning to relocate to the territory of the Heavenly Dou Empire? Qin Yuan asked casually. The other party possessed a soul tool, and their belongings were not in the car, so Qin Yuan had no way of knowing. Lin Qing spoke frankly about what her family had gone through. Qin Yuan merely listened attentively, not paying much attention. After all, they were only traveling the same route, and they might not have any further interaction in the future. Several days later, the carriage entered the territory of the Kingdom of Barak, and Lin Qing's family's destination was also Sodo City. Sodo City is the granary of the entire Heaven Dou Empire, and countless merchants come and go here. Lin Qing settled his family here, hoping that he might find business opportunities in the future, make money, and rebuild his family. Brother Qin, we won't bother you any longer. Please come visit us at home sometime in the future, Lin Qing said warmly as he saw him off. Qin Yuan nodded and exchanged addresses with him. If you need anything in the future, just write to me. If I receive your letter, I'll come over. After saying that, the two parted ways. It wasn't that Qin Yuan was overly enthusiastic, but rather that their interactions along the way had changed Qin Yuan's opinion of Lin Qing. Lin Qing can be considered a prodigy. At the age of 29, he has reached level 58 in cultivation. In terms of talent, he is much more powerful than Qin Yuan was back then. Chapter 111 Secret Arrest of Dai Mubai. Lin Qing has a good personality, is very likable, and suits Qin Yuan's taste. On the way, Qin Yuan shared some cultivation experience with him. Of course, these were just insights and did not involve the transmission of cultivation techniques. At the same time, Qin Yuan did not reveal his true strength. Watching Qin Yuan leave, Shufan murmured, Zhao King, you have good judgment. This Mr. Qin has at least the strength of a soul emperor. Make good friends with him. When the family is rebuilt in the future, he will be an important ally of the family. Lin Qing shook his head, a slight smile appearing on his lips. I think I've already guessed his identity. However, Brother Qin is right, we're just strangers who met by chance, why bother about each other's identities? Shufan frowned and couldn't help but remind her, Zhao King, things are different now. If you don't make use of all the resources around you, how will the family be rebuilt? Don't be willful, and don't be so-called chivalrous. Rebuilding the family is the most important thing. Lin Qing didn't dwell on the issue and quickly changed the subject. Mother, there's not even a hint of rebuilding the family yet, why the rush? The most important thing right now is to find a place to stay before we go to visit the city lord. Qin Yuan didn't care much about Lin Qing's family. After all, they had only met once. Even if he admired Lin Qing, it wouldn't make him lower himself to his own standards. Since he was already in Sodo City, he decided to go and take a look at Shrek Academy. Lin Qing was moving the carriage very fast in order to reach Sodo City as quickly as possible. I just don't know if Shrek Academy has already started classes. Qin Yuan did not unleash his perception. Instead, he suppressed his aura, making himself appear to be only at the Soul Saint level. He couldn't be sure if Tang Hao was there. If his Soul Douluo aura was exposed, Xiao Wu's identity might be revealed, and it was hard to guarantee that Tang Hao wouldn't take action against him. Of course, he wouldn't join any faction, and his view of Tang Hao remained relatively neutral. He wouldn't provoke Tang Hao, but if Tang Hao were to attack him first, then it would be a fight to the death. This wasn't Qin Yuan's first time in Sodo City. The last time he came, he was caught up in Bibi Dong's schemes and didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. This trip is also to relax after the breakthrough, and to keep an eye on the Shrek 7 Devils. After wandering around the city for a while, he understood the situation inside. Today is the registration day for Shrek Academy. It seems I haven't been delayed for too long. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan left the city and quickly learned the location of Shrek Academy after making some inquiries. At this time, Shrek Academy was having a conflict with parents over the enrollment fee. At the back of the registration line, a young man's face immediately turned ugly. Zhu Qing, are you sure you want to join this kind of academy? Besides, your fiancé, Dai Mubai, doesn't seem to be a good person either. You saw it yesterday too, he even got into a fight with someone over a room. This young man was none other than Lei Meng. Lei Meng has broken through to level 60, so he'll definitely be going to hunt souls. And not far from Soto City is the entrance to the Stardo Great Forest. In order not to waste time, Lei Meng stayed in the Soul Hunter town and wrote back to his family, asking the family's experts to send someone to help him hunt for a suitable soul ring. Generally speaking, soul masters who need to break through to the Soul Emperor realm or higher will go to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for soul rings, since there are more types of soul beasts there. In the Sunset Forest, however, the soul beasts are generally not strong, and their overall cultivation level is much lower, with even fewer lightning attribute soul beasts. For Lei Meng, hunting souls in Thunder Canyon was the best option. Unfortunately, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was extremely domineering, so he had to abandon this unrealistic idea. He stayed in the Soul Master town for a few days. The day before yesterday, he saw Zhu Zuqing escape from the Stardo Great Forest. He was curious about this and made contact with her. When Zhu Zuqing was harassed in the Soul Beast town, it was he who stepped in to help her out. Of course, Lei Meng was not attracted to Zhu Zuqing's beauty, nor did he have any lustful thoughts. Rather, it was because Zhu Zuqing's appearance was so distinctive that she could be recognized as a disciple of the Xingluo Zhu family at a glance. He originally planned to arrest Zhu Zuqing and use her as leverage to coerce the Starluo Empire into making concessions in certain areas. However, after meeting Zhu Zuqing, he changed his mind. Zhu Zuqing was just like him, an ordinary person who was played by fate. Without Qin Yuan's help, how much better would Lei Meng's situation be? Without the results of the Soul Master competition, would Emperor Shui Yi reduce his credit? Without Qin Yuan's help, how would he have thought of operating deep behind enemy lines? Perhaps he would still be on the battlefield right now, or perhaps he would have perished in one large-scale battle after another. Yesterday, Lei Meng followed Zhu Zuqing into the city and witnessed Dai Mubai fighting with Tang San and Xiao Wu. He felt sympathy for Zhu Zuqing's plight and intended to stand up for her. As soon as Zhu Zuqing agrees, he will immediately arrest Dai Mubai and send him back to Tiando City, thus breaking off the engagement between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. The Zhu family may not care about Zhu Zuqing, but Dai Mubai represents the Starluo royal family, which is of greater value. Even if the Starluo royal family doesn't care, the Heaven Do Empire can still arrange a marriage for Dai Mubai, allowing him to have more offspring with the White Tiger martial soul, thus challenging the legitimacy of the Starluo royal family's lineage. Anyway, Dai Mubai also likes to flirt, so this suits his tastes perfectly. Zhu Zuqing was very disappointed. They were disappointed with both Shrek Academy's practices and Dai Mubai's actions. However, she still harbored a fantasy that Dai Mubai was not beyond redemption. As for Shrek Academy, she only came here for Dai Mubai, not because she really wanted to join Shrek Academy. When the time is right, she and Dai Mubai will leave Shrek Academy. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's gaze, Lei Meng smiled helplessly. It seems you've made your choice. Very well, I hope you can take control of your own destiny. I won't linger any longer, we'll meet again someday. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhu Zuqing made up her mind and decided to join Shrek Academy first, and then observe Dai Mubai's words and actions. Their fates are intertwined. If Dai Mubai were to give up on herself, how good could her ending be? Among those who have signed up, watching Lei Meng's departing figure, Tang San asked, Xiao Wu, that brother of mine seems familiar to me, like I've seen him somewhere before. When he was in Nottingham, he only caught a glimpse of Lei Meng from afar. Although he had an impression of him, how could he remember his exact appearance? Xiao Wu looked in the direction he was pointing and felt the same way. It does look familiar. But third brother, it's almost our turn to register, so don't think about anything else. Just as Lei Meng left the registration line, Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his mouth, rendering him unable to resist, and dragged him into the nearby woods. Lei Meng was shocked. Could it be a powerful figure from the Luo Empire who was following Zhu Zuqing? Damn it, did they recognize my identity? Kidnapping a prince is a serious matter, not just anyone would dare to do it. But, as the son of a duke, he didn't receive the same treatment as a prince. If he were truly kidnapped, no one except the duke's mansion could save him. Upon seeing who it was, Lei Meng beamed with joy, his excitement overflowing as he looked at the familiar face before him. The person who arrived was none other than Qin Yuan. Chapter 112 Disciples Exploiting Their Teachers. Qin Yuan was unaware of Lei Meng's experiences in recent years and had originally planned to visit him, but unexpectedly ran into him in Sodo City. Fortunately, after his breakthrough, he did not go directly to the Tiger Legion's camp, otherwise the two would have missed each other. Is your training over? Qin Yuan asked. Lei Meng was overjoyed. He rubbed his hands together and said repeatedly, "Teacher, my training is over. Originally, I thought I was going to die. Thank you for the medicinal herbs you provided, otherwise Xiao Chanu and I would really be dead. By the way, teacher, what kind of treasure is the thunder grass? Why was it able to help me break through so many levels of soul power?" Qin Yuan did not rush to answer. He did know Xiao Chanu. If Lei Meng hadn't mentioned him, he would have forgotten about him. Of course, Xiao Chanu's acquaintance with Lei Meng was also a result of the changes brought about by Qin Yuan. He paused, then lightly patted Lei Meng's head and said irritably, "Just take it if I give it to you, why are you asking so many questions? I can tell from your soul power aura that you have already broken through level 60. You haven't hunted a soul ring yet, have you? If you have already contacted your family, turn them down and I will take you to hunt soul rings." Qin Yuan understood that Tang San and Oscar would soon break through to the next level after the Shrek Academy entrance ceremony. At that time, because of Xiao Wu, the Titan giant ape would come to the outskirts of the forest. Entering the forest at this time would be extremely dangerous. Of course, danger is often accompanied by greater rewards. If the system can classify it as a 4-star mission, that would be ideal. Qin Yuan had originally planned to use Lei Meng to obtain system tasks, and now he had a pretext for it. Lei Meng had always wanted to see Qin Yuan, and now that he had this opportunity, he didn't want to miss it, so he immediately agreed. However, he had other matters to attend to and wanted to work with Qin Yuan on. "Teacher, after my investigation, I learned that Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy is the third prince of the Luo royal family. Why don't we capture him and hand him over to His Majesty in exchange for a reward?" After 3 years of training, Lei Meng had already transformed, and Qin Yuan was not surprised that he could recognize Dai Mubai's identity. However, he stopped Lei Meng's crazy idea. Arresting a prince from an enemy country is an act of overturning the table. Although the two great empires are in conflict, they have not reached the point of a full-scale war. How will His Majesty explain your arrest of Dai Mubai? In the original timeline, Dai Mubai and the others participated in the competition as the Shrek 7 Devils. Did the Heaven Do royal family not conduct any background checks? Putting everything else aside, Dai Mubai's whereabouts in Sodo City were not kept secret. He even openly flirted with the city lord's daughter. Didn't the city lord notice? The answer is no. Even if the lord of Sodo City knew Dai Mubai's identity, he would not be able to arrest him. First of all, Dai Mubai has always lived under the surveillance of the Luo royal family, and has powerful protectors behind him. Secondly, Dai Mubai did not commit any crime, nor was he a spy sent by the Luo Empire. The two empires have always been open to academic exchanges. Since Dai Mubai came to the Heaven Do Empire only to enroll in school, there was even less reason for them to harm him. Qin Yuan continued, "Of course, Dai Mubai might have other uses, but he's definitely more harmful than beneficial. Even if an agreement is reached later, can you guarantee that no one will interfere during the hostage exchange? Once this precedent is set, it's hard to guarantee that the powerful figures of the Luo Empire won't take action against Prince Shui Bang and the crown. Prince, do you want to see the two great empires descend into a full-scale war?" Lei Meng suddenly realized that he had almost made a terrible mistake. Fortunately, he didn't rush into action and encountered Qin Yuan in time. "Let's go back to the city to rest first. Once we've determined the direction of your 6th soul ring, we can go into the Stardo Great Forest to hunt souls. After the two left, a pair of eyes in the shadows finally looked away from them. A peak soul saint and a quasi-soul emperor. Hey. This person was Tang Hao. He had to witness Tang San's enrollment in school with his own eyes. As for Qin Yuan, he was just a peak soul saint and couldn't see through Xiao Wu's identity. Plus, Qin Yuan wasn't a member of the Spirit Hall, so Tang Hao didn't bother to pay attention to him. Qin Yuan's prediction was correct. Ning Rongrong did not come to Shrek Academy. Qin Yuan hasn't gone to Tiando City yet, so he doesn't know Ning Rongrong's current situation. Perhaps Ning Rongrong has stayed at the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, he changed Ning Rongrong so much that it's normal for things to change. Night falls. Qin Yuan and Lei Meng sat in front of the sofa, discussing their experiences over the years and planning Lei Meng's 6th spirit ring. So, teacher, your title of theoretical master is truly well deserved. Lei Meng asked in astonishment. At first, he thought it was a title given to Qin Yuan by the Spirit Hall to win him over, but he didn't expect it to be genuine. Of course, Qin Yuan didn't want these empty titles. That's all in the past. You're really lucky, kid. Based on what you've said, if I were the enemy, you would be dead by now. You're still not careful enough. Fortunately, the enemy didn't focus all their attention on you. Lei Meng scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his own shortcomings. Fortunately, the outcome was good. He has retired safely. Once he returns to his family, he can begin to handle family affairs formally. Enter the imperial court, or devote himself to cultivation for a period of time. Teacher, you must have made great progress over the years. Do you have any new tricks up your sleeve? I can't wait to hear them. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Qin Yuan didn't slack off during those 3 years. Of course, he developed new techniques. However, the fiery blade was not a reward from the system. Qin Yuan had a special affection for this self-created soul skill. In addition, this sword technique has great limitations, so he could not possibly teach it to anyone. He acquired techniques like the illusory and real sword technique, and the 81 consecutive slashes, without much effort, so he didn't mind passing them on to others. However, Lei Meng needs to give him the task first, and he will decide whether to accept it based on the situation. You're really starting to exploit me. Qin Yuan shook his head helplessly. Cultivation isn't urgent for now. Let's get your soul ring first. Same as before, just give me your commission, and as for the reward, you can decide what to give. The level of a commission task is not related to the commission reward, but rather to the difficulty of the task itself. Qin Yuan is not short of money now, so there is no need for him to be concerned about such a small amount. The teacher is really unconventional. Perhaps accepting commissions is the teacher's hobby. Lei Meng sighed inwardly. He had heard about Qin Yuan's hobby before, but he didn't know why. However, he was not stingy with money, and took out a lot of spoils as payment for the commission. Open black lens bracket. A Samsung appointed mission has been detected. Help Lei Meng hunt down the 6th spirit ring. Mission complete. Reward: a land deed. Close black lens bracket. The 3-star mission is not bad, Qin Yuan thought to himself. As for the mission rewards, this wasn't the first time the system had rewarded him with assets. Qin Yuan was already used to it. If the location of this land was good, it could be used to build the headquarters of the Golden Knife Shop in the future. Qin Yuan didn't care about money, but he was surprised by Lei Meng's spoils. You've got quite a haul. These are worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. I won't take what he wants. I'll keep this storage soul tool, but you can take the rest back. Chapter 113. The Naive Tang San. Inside Shrek Academy. Without Ning Rongrong, things were peaceful within their ranks. Although Xiao Wu looked down on Dai Mubai, she ultimately refrained from causing trouble thanks to Tang San's strong persuasion. On the first day of school, Flander made them pay their tuition and then ignored Tang San and the others. Formal classes will begin tomorrow. Tang San bought a golden quartz crystal from a small shop in Flanders, which gave him a significant advantage in the entrance exam. Having nothing else to do today, he and Xiao Wu strolled around Sodo City, intending to try their luck again. On the streets of Sodo, Lei Meng followed behind Qin Yuan, listening to Qin Yuan's lecture. No matter what, you must have sufficient food reserves. In the underground world, if Lei Meng hadn't opened the talisman in time, he and Xiao Chenu wouldn't have survived for long with their limited supplies. To starve to death in such a desperate situation is simply a matter of blaming oneself for not preparing in advance. Previously, before Qin Yuan had a soul tool, he would always carry a large bundle containing his usual food supplies. Now that he has a soul tool, he has even more food stored up. Being prepared for a protracted battle is an essential quality of a strong person. Teacher, should we prepare more water? Lei Meng asked hurriedly. Qin Yuan nodded. If the soul tool has extra space, it's best to bring more to avoid drinking dirty water and affecting your condition. These were all experiences Qin Yuan had summarized while in the soul hunting squad. He originally thought that someone from a prominent family like Lei Meng would be very clear about them, but unexpectedly, he didn't understand them at all. As for water resources, Qin Yuan had experience from his previous life, and his martial soul contained fire attribute abilities, so when he entered the forest, he usually drank distilled water. Of course, he also kept plenty of water in his soul tool in case he suddenly entered the desert. Not long ago, Qin Yuan was able to freely enter seclusion in the Wujishan area for a long time. Wasn't that because he was well prepared? The two went on a shopping spree in the city, while Tang San and Xiao Wu strolled around the city. Before long, Tang San noticed the two of them. Xiao Wu, isn't that Teacher Qin? We think we saw that young man next to him yesterday. I thought about it carefully last night. Several years ago, we met that young man in Nottingham. Do you remember? Xiao Wu turned around and nodded. I remember now, isn't he the nobleman who led the guards into the city back then? I never expected that he knew Teacher Qin. That Teacher Qin is really a scoundrel. He made Yao Zi wait in Notting City for a long time without seeing any sign of him. Tang San shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Wu, don't jump to conclusions. Teacher Qin isn't a teacher at the plant academy, it was Yao Zi who kept inviting him to join. It's normal for Teacher Qin to refuse her. Moreover, Teacher Qin dealt with the powerful figure behind that gang of thieves, and I heard that the city lord's mansion rescued more than a dozen children afterward. Xiao Wu pursed her lips. Her perspective on the issue was emotional, and she naturally put herself in Yao Zi's shoes. Of course, from Qin Yuan's perspective, being pestered is indeed a troublesome thing. After arriving in Soto City, Tang San had no familiar faces besides Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, whom he recognized, he couldn't help but step forward and greet him. At the same time, he was also curious about Lei Meng's background. Oh, it's that little guy from Notting City. Qin Yuan had noticed Tang San long ago. However, since the two sides were not familiar with each other, he did not go to greet them in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tang San, however, did not shy away from strangers and took the initiative to talk to him. Tang San had met very few powerful soul masters, but among all the people he knew, there was no one else besides Qin Yuan who was willing to help the people of an entire city. Greetings, Senior. I am very grateful for your help in saving the people of Notting City. Tang San bowed, his attitude sincere. Qin Yuan didn't explain anything. After all, it involved the evil soul master. As he spoke, Tang San looked at Lei Meng and asked, Brother, have we met before in Notting City? Lei nodded, but didn't say anything. He had a very bad impression of Shrek Academy after witnessing them withholding the registration fee. With Tang San and Xiao Wu's talents, they will definitely meet the Shrek Academy's admission standards, so what kind of good attitude can he have towards the members of Shrek Academy? Tang San didn't press the matter, but added before leaving, Senior Qin, I've told the dean about your deeds, and he greatly admires you. Would you be willing to visit Shrek Academy? Earlier, when Flanders met with him alone, he inquired about Yushaoging in Nottingham City. News of a battle between powerful figures outside Nottingham City had spread, and Flanders had also taken notice. After learning about Qin Yuan's actions from Tang San, Flanders conceived the idea of befriending him. Tang San invited Qin Yuan at this time, partly because he wanted him to become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Qin Yuan waved his hand, not saying anything. Let's talk about it later. I have things to do, so I won't chat with you, little guy. After saying that, he and Lei Meng got up and left. Tang San didn't try to stop her. Noticing Xiao Wu's indifferent attitude, he felt helpless. Xiao Wu, you must be respectful to your seniors. Who knows, Senior Qin might be interested in going to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu pouted, looking completely innocent. Third brother, you're meddling too much. What kind of business is it for you to arrange who the dean wants to see? After all, the senior is a powerful figure. If he goes to the academy and is not well received, how will you cope if you're caught in the middle? Tang San realized he had been presumptuous. He was perceptive and could read people's expressions, discerning Flanders' thoughts. However, he was still too naive and didn't understand the complexities of human relationships involved. Teacher, Tang San's talent is indeed quite good. To have a cultivation level of 29 before the age of 13, his innate soul power is probably at least level 9. But why is he a blue-silver grass martial soul? Lei Meng then revealed everything he knew about Tang San. The day before yesterday, he witnessed the conflict between Tang San and Dai Mubai and learned that Tang San's martial soul was blue-silver grass. Qin Yuan didn't say it explicitly. There is no martial spirit that cannot be cultivated. Maybe he has had some fortuitous encounters. Alright, the supplies are ready. It's getting late, so let's get some rest tonight and head to Soul Beast Town early tomorrow morning. The next day, Oscar unsurprisingly broke through to level 30. Although Tang San was a bit behind, the academy still arranged for them to hunt souls. It should be noted that before Tang San and his group, Shrek Academy had never had a teacher hunt for souls for students. Dai Mubai was able to get help from his teacher because he was willing to spend money. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were personally recruited by Flander, so they naturally received his help. However, once Tang San breaks through, his teachers will also hunt for souls for him. Shrek Academy's laissez-faire approach also depends on the individual. Tang San is Tang Hao's son. Would they dare let Tang San go soul hunting alone? If anything happens to Tang San, they will all be in deep trouble. The teachers at Shrek Academy are basically the same type as Qin Yuan. Having spent his early years living a life of constant danger in the world of soul masters, Qin Yuan inevitably acquired a certain zhonggu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry spirit. While Qin Yuan is principled in his actions, Flander and the others have little to no principles. The reason why those Shrek students didn't graduate was because Flander and the others ignored them. Chapter 114 Intelligence Trading and the Selling of the Jade Crown. Qin Yuan and Lei Meng were both high-level soul masters, and their travel speed was extremely fast. They set off at dawn and arrived at the Soul Hunter town at 7 a.m. Lei Meng was about to plunge into the Stardow Great Forest almost without stopping, but Qin Yuan grabbed him by the collar. Why the rush? Lei Meng suddenly felt innocent. Teacher, the sooner we start the soul hunt, the sooner we can finish it. Didn't you say that time is money? Qin Yuan lightly kicked him and scolded, on the battlefield, without having a clear understanding of the intelligence, are you still so impatient? Qin Yuan's previous soul hunting teams had never been stationed in the Stardow Great Forest for an extended period, so he was unfamiliar with the forest's conditions. Daring to plunge into it, searching aimlessly like headless flies, when would he ever find a suitable soul ring? Moreover, lightning attribute soul beasts are rare to begin with. The situation in Soul Hunter Town is almost the same across the entire continent, so Qin Yuan is very familiar with it. He led Lei Meng to a stall that did not sell any items. Those who don't know the insider wouldn't understand why these people set up tables and chairs and lingered in the small town for so long. But those in the know understand perfectly well that these people are intelligence brokers. Intelligence itself is valuable, especially in a poorly managed place like Soul Beast Town, where intelligence brokers are everywhere. People, power, or spirit rings. Buy or sell? Zhou Zhengyang, the information broker, asked casually. Buy it, a spirit ring. Qin Yuan replied. Soul rings refer to information about soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest. Individuals inquire about information about specific individuals, while factions inquire about the recent major movements of various factions. This kind of information is very expensive. Soul beasts generally don't leave their territory, so information about them is relatively time-sensitive and therefore relatively inexpensive. However, information about rare soul beasts remains very expensive. Lei Meng stated his requirements. A lightning attribute soul beast that is over 20,000 years old, preferably of the offensive type, and the rarer the bloodline, the better. Zhou Zhengyang pondered for a moment, then channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into his soul tool to sift through his intelligence reserves. A thunderous ape with 22,000 years of cultivation, are you interested? Lei Meng glanced at Qin Yuan, and seeing the latter nod, he agreed. A detailed route map costs 5,000 gold soul coins and will allow you to avoid all dangers along the way. Of course, this only applies to soul beasts. If a soul master attacks you, it has nothing to do with the information itself. If you only need the location of the soul beast's territory, it will cost 500 gold soul coins. But I must remind you that there are many territories of 10,000-year-old soul beasts along the way. If you don't want the hassle, buy the most comprehensive route map. 5,000 gold soul coins was nothing to Lei Meng. But it was still a considerable sum, and he had little contact with people from all walks of life, so he was worried about being deceived. Qin Yuan reassured him. When they don't have any missions, the soul hunting team often goes into the soul beast forest to explore the terrain and draw up route maps to sell. Qin Yuan sold quite a few of these maps back then. These intelligence brokers value their reputation and rarely provide false information. Okay, but the price is too high. Besides, I've decided to do it in exchange for intelligence, Qin Yuan said. What kind of intelligence of equivalent value do you want? Exchanging intelligence is also a common form of trade, but intelligence brokers usually profit from the difference. Zhou Zhengyang pondered for a moment, then said, information on the Spirit Hall's operations in Tianwei City, the recent whereabouts of Huyan Li, the grandson of Elephant Armor Sect Master Huyan Zhen, and the recent whereabouts of the Peerless Dragon and Snake couple. Information about the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the most valuable, but Tianwei City is just a small city, similar to Nodding City. Even if the Spirit Hall takes action, it won't be a major operation. As for inquiring about someone's whereabouts, it's highly likely that an enemy is buying intelligence in hopes of taking advantage of the situation to harm them. Do you want all the soul skill information for you Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Qin Yuan asked. Zhou Zhengyang suddenly smiled, becoming much more enthusiastic. Wow, such important information is always welcome. If it's detailed enough, I might even have to pay this gentleman. Qin Yuan did know the whereabouts of the Peerless Dragon and Snake couple. However, he was unaware of the layout within the Stardow Great Forest, so even if he revealed it, it would only be considered hearsay and worthless. Besides, he had no grudge against the Meng Shu couple, so why would he betray them? In contrast, Du Gubo had already informed Qin Yuan of Yu Luomian's intelligence, detailing her soul skills from the 1st to the 8th. After all, Yu Luomian had never taken Du Gubo seriously back then, and the two had even fought over it. Yu Luomian had also attacked Qin Yuan. Although Yu Yuanjun bowed his head, his arrogant attitude was really unpleasant. Zhou Zhengyang was very satisfied with the intelligence Qin Yuan presented. After all, he also had some inside information, most of which matched up. Having obtained such detailed intelligence could fetch a good price later. You see, unless Yu Luomian is dead, he could sell this kind of information to many people. Of course, he could also have Yu Luomian pay for it himself and buy it outright. Zhou Zhengyang turned around and gave a few instructions to the person next to him, then said, Sir, I need to verify your information. Please wait a while. This is a big deal, and there's no room for error. He has to be extremely careful. Of course, to show his sincerity, he first gave Qin Yuan half of the route map, only showing the location of the Thunder Ape, without any other details. People unfamiliar with the Stardow Great Forest will basically not be able to find it. A restaurant in the town. Teacher, I've really learned something new. I never imagined there were so many private intelligence brokers on the mainland. Lei Meng exclaimed. The Duke's mansion had no shortage of intelligence sources, so he never paid much attention to these people from all walks of life. Qin Yuan took a leisurely sip of tea and said, they all have powerful backers. For example, the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, these major forces all secretly employ spies. They sell information they don't need through these spies in exchange for funds. At the same time, this is also a channel for them to gather intelligence. Lei Meng was born into a noble family and was used to being high and mighty, so why would he care about these things? Qin Yuan spoke these words at this moment simply to let Lei Meng know that anyone seemingly insignificant could potentially take your life in the future. Lei Meng and he were destined to meet, and he didn't mind sharing more of his experience in dealing with all sorts of people. Of course, Qin Yuan wasn't afraid that Zhou Zhengyang would escape. His soul power perception had already been focused on him. Time flew by and it was already afternoon. Led by Yi Jichu, the group from Kangwei Academy strolled leisurely to the restaurant. Qin Yuan and Lei Meng rested in the restaurant while waiting for Zhou Zhengyang's reply. When the group from Kanghui Academy entered, they immediately noticed the food in front of Qin Yuan and his companion. "I haven't had lunch and I'm a little hungry. Are you all hungry?" A student from Kanghui Academy said loudly, pretending to be hungry. Soon someone chimed in, "How can we not be hungry? We don't know when we'll get to eat if we order now. If someone offers to treat us to a nice meal, they're a friend from Kanghui Academy." Their team leader, Yi Jichu, was also delighted by this. Kanghui Academy is powerful and domineering enough that Yi Jichu, as a member of the Academy's management, has taken the opportunity to reap many benefits. As for these students, they were naturally tools for him to reap benefits. Chapter 115 The Devil Whispers. Hearing the name of Kanghui Academy, the other guests in the restaurant were happy to give them face. However, the group from Kanghui Academy looked down on those meager meals. What they really wanted was the sumptuous feast in front of Qin Yuan and Lei Meng. For soul masters, proper nutrition is crucial. Especially after entering the forest, if they don't eat well for an extended period, their condition will decline at a visible rate. To maintain their good condition, the two chose to have a large meal to replenish their energy. Seeing that Qin Yuan and his companion weren't taking the bait, the students from Kanghui Academy slammed their fists on the table, dropping their pretense and shouting, "Hey, we're talking to you. Didn't you hear us? If you pretend to be deaf and dumb, don't blame us for being impolite." Lei Meng didn't rush to respond. Instead, he looked at Qin Yuan and whispered, "Teacher, when you encounter someone who deserves a beating, shouldn't you give them a good beating? Kanghui Academy is nothing special. The strongest student there, Xinyan, is only a soul saint. Qin Yuan doesn't take it seriously at all. He'll just beat him up if he wants. Moreover, it was the other party who provoked them. Just don't kill him," Qin Yuan instructed. To be honest, he harbored a great deal of malice towards Kanghui Academy. Back when he was in the Soul Hunter Squad, he had dealt with Kanghui Academy and even suffered a great loss at their hands. He didn't retaliate, but the other party took the initiative to come to him. Did he really think he was easy to talk to? The students from Kanghui Academy slammed their fists on the table again. "Don't play dumb with me, I'm watching." Lei Meng stood up, picked at his ear, and said impatiently, I heard it, what an annoying guy." He looked at the shop owner and added, "I'll cover the shop's losses later, so don't worry about the tables and chairs." After saying that, before the students of Kanghui Academy could speak, he rushed out in one stride. "Fuck you," Lei Meng cursed. Although he had not activated his martial soul, Lei Meng was a quasi-soul emperor, and his physical attributes were unmatched by any great soul master. This punch was like a heavy hammer. The student from Kanghui Academy was sent flying, smashing several tables and chairs before finally stopping. What a powerful punch. He possesses some kind of powerful beast spirit. Everyone be careful. The students from Kanghui Academy were shocked. The female students immediately went to take care of the wounded, while the others surrounded Lei Meng. Yi Jichu sat calmly to the side, sipping his tea. He would love for all the trainees to be crippled, because only then could he get more compensation. But soon, he lost his composure. Lei Meng was too strong and his speed was extremely fast. He didn't even activate his martial soul. He beat many students of Kanghui Academy to a pulp with just his fists. "You are the Soul King." Yi Jichu suddenly stood up, his expression becoming much more serious. Only a Soul King can defeat many students of Kanghui Academy without activating their martial soul. As for higher levels, he felt it was unrealistic. After all, Lei Meng didn't look that old. Lei Meng twisted his neck, just as he was about to make a move, when he heard Qin Yuan tap on the table. "What, you've beaten the young ones, now you're bringing on the older ones. I'd like to see how many of you I have to beat before that guy Xinyan shows up." Qin Yuan spoke casually, but the killing intent in his eyes was already evident. If he hadn't known Xinyan's character back then, he probably would have died in the trap carefully woven by Kanghui Academy. Don't think that only the Soul Hunter Squad betrays its employers. there are countless examples of employers betraying the soul hunter squad as well. This guy is very confident, he's clearly an enemy of the dean. Yi Ji-chu seemed flustered. Xinyan is a soul saint, and the other party dares to oppose him and is not afraid of Kanghui Academy. He must also be a high-level expert, not someone that Yi Ji-chu, a mere soul king, can handle. Yi Ji-chu quickly bowed, his attitude becoming much more humble. Senior, I apologize for the intrusion. My Kanghui Academy. Qin Yuan ignored him and simply flicked his finger from a distance. An invisible blade of energy slashed towards Yi Ji-chu, and in the blink of an eye, an arm fell to the ground, without Yi Ji-chu even feeling any pain. When he came to his senses, he was extremely weak and collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. Go back and tell Xinyan to get as far away as possible. If he dares to show his face in front of me, I'll kill him one by one. Qin Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but to Yi Ji-chu and the others, it sounded like a demon whispering. They nodded like chickens pecking at rice, then scrambled out of the restaurant. TCH, what a bunch of cowards. Lei Meng crossed his arms and cursed. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled. Actually, there's nothing wrong with establishing authority. Look, the people who bring money are here. Zhou Zhengyang had already confirmed that the intelligence was correct. The reason he did not show up immediately was mainly because he wanted to investigate the origins of Qin Yuan and his companion. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan is one of the 3 upper sects, and Yuluomian is its vice-sect leader. The fact that Qin Yuan and Lei Meng dared to offend the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and were not afraid of retaliation shows that they were extraordinary. Unfortunately, neither of them ever revealed their real names in Soto City. The only thing that was certain was that they were master and apprentice. Just now, Qin Yuan casually pointed and severed one of the Soul King's arms. Zhou Zhengyang could feel his strength and dared not be negligent, so he hurriedly brought money and intelligence. I apologize for keeping you gentlemen waiting. I just confirmed the authenticity of the information and came here immediately. Zhou Zhengyang wiped the sweat from his forehead, pretending to be out of breath, making it sound extremely convincing. Unfortunately, in Qin Yuan's perception, he had arrived near the restaurant a long time ago. If he hadn't revealed his strength, he might have lingered for much longer. Sir, here is 30,000 gold soul coins. Would you like to count them? Worried that the other party would be angry if the money was too little, Zhou Zhengyang quickly explained, Sir, it's like this. Of the 8 soul skills, apart from the martial soul true body, I have already mastered 5. However, I do not yet understand the 4th and 8th soul skills. You should know our rules. We will not pay extra for duplicate intelligence. As he spoke, he presented detailed information about the thunderous ape. Qin Yuan was too lazy to verify the truth of the other party's words. Selling out the jade crown and making 30,000 gold soul coins for free was already an unexpected bonus. Zhou Zhengyang was good at handling things. After chatting with Qin Yuan and the others for a while, when he was about to leave, he saw that Lei Meng was going to compensate for the restaurant's losses, so he offered to do it for him. After all, how much are tables and chairs worth? Gaining the favor of a powerful person can bring thousands of times more profit in the future. All right, let's eat. It'll be late after we finish eating, then we can go into the forest. For the strong, it doesn't matter when they enter the Stardew Great Forest. After dark, it gets cooler, which greatly reduces the consumption of resources and one's own condition. Qin Yuan and Lei Meng finished their meal in the evening. When the two entered the Stardew Great Forest, they happened to run into Zhao Wuji and his Shrek Academy group. Lei Meng sighed inwardly, it's really lucky that such a trash academy can recruit so many talented students. If these talents can be used by the Empire, the strength of the Heavenly Do Empire will surpass that of the Star Luo Empire in less than 100 years. Chapter 116 Not Striving for First Place. Teacher Zhao, isn't the forest dangerous at night? Then why did Teacher Qin and that other guy choose to enter the forest at this time? Tang San couldn't help but ask, watching the other person's back. Zhao Wuji suddenly realized, and exclaimed repeatedly, so he is the Teacher Qin you mentioned. I didn't expect him to be so young, yet his strength is no less than mine. Tang San, they are all powerful figures in the Soul Master world. That young man's aura is already that of a Soul Emperor. With the strength of the Master and his disciple, they have nothing to fear from most of the dangers on the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest. Moreover, the temperature drops at night, so you lose less energy traveling at night. If I weren't traveling with you little ones, I would have chosen to travel at night as well. The Shrek Academy members exclaimed in astonishment, he's actually a soul emperor. Zhu Zuqing had met Lei Meng, but she didn't know his exact strength and thought he was just an ordinary soul king. Zhao Wuji was equally amazed. Such a young soul emperor has already surpassed our Shrek Academy's most outstanding graduates. His future is limitless. Indeed, the dean was right, geniuses are always surrounded by other geniuses. Teacher Qin is young and promising, and his disciple is just as promising. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask, Teacher Zhao, our Shrek Academy's most outstanding graduate is the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall. Could it be that they, master and disciple, have the opportunity to rewrite this record? Zhao Wuji was speechless. Where has Shrek Academy ever trained elders of the Spirit Hall? This is just a gimmick created for annual recruitment, but Dai Mubai actually took it seriously. Of course, Zhao Wuji wouldn't undermine himself, so he casually replied, it's very likely. Judging from their ages, the combined age of the master and apprentice is about the same as mine. Maybe there really is a chance. Deep within the starry sky forest, a massive body, as large as a small mountain, slowly moved. The massive creature sniffed the air, then rushed excitedly toward the edge of the forest. On the other side, after obtaining the route map, Qin Yuan and Lei Meng traveled very quickly. Qin Yuan relied on his agility to travel, moving lightly and consuming very little energy. Lei Meng chased desperately behind him, pushing his lightning attribute to the limit, but he appeared to be struggling immensely. By dawn, the two had walked quite a distance, almost covering half of the outer area. The thunderous ape is located at the border between the outer area and the mixed area. It takes another half a day to reach it. The two rested in a relatively safe spot. Lei Meng was panting heavily, looking completely exhausted. Teacher, I really can't keep up, you're too fast. Over the years, Lei Meng has been training on the battlefield. Despite being extremely young, his physical condition has already reached its peak, yet he still feels incredibly strained at this moment. Fire attribute soul masters are not good at speed, so it was unusual that Qin Yuan was able to leave him behind so easily. Teacher, has your strength broken through to the soul Douluo level? Lei Meng asked curiously. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he exclaimed with delight, Teacher, you're only around 37 this year, right? Tang Hao, the youngest title Douluo on the continent, probably hadn't even broken through to soul Douluo by the time he was 37. Teacher, with your cultivation speed, there's a high chance you can rewrite Tang Hao's record as the youngest title Douluo. Qin Yuan shook his head. It's not that I lack confidence in myself, but there's no need to compare myself to Tang Hao, let alone compete for these empty titles. Lei Meng, flowing water never strives to be first, but rather to flow endlessly. Many limit Douluo have appeared in the history of the continent, such as Tang Chen. His speed in breaking through to title Douluo wasn't fast, he didn't even break the record for the youngest title Douluo at the time. Yet, he still broke through to level 99. But the youngest titled Douluo at that time ultimately stopped at level 97. Being a title Douluo is not the end, and perhaps even being a limit Douluo is not the end. The road ahead is long, so we must not slack off, and we must not be complacent because of temporary achievements and give up the opportunity to improve. Lei Meng nodded seriously. This is not a lecture, but rather an elder's advice to the younger generation, which also shows that the elder has high expectations for the younger generation. After a pause, Lei Meng asked with a grin, Teacher, is your travel speed so fast some kind of self-created soul skill? Can I learn it? Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. We'll talk about it when we get back. Get some rest and finish the soul hunt as soon as possible. I have a bad feeling that this trip might not go too smoothly. As the sun rose high in the sky, Qin Yuan and Lei Meng continued their journey. However, the second half of the road was not so peaceful. The deeper they went, the stronger the spirit beasts became. Fortunately, the map clearly marked the boundaries of the spirit beast territories, so the two of them didn't encounter any trouble. However, the troubles in the forest are not limited to spirit beasts, human spirit masters are the biggest problem. When they were still half an hour away from the territory of the Thunder Ape, the two encountered another group of soul masters who were hunting souls. A crested serpent with a phoenix tail swiftly swept past Qin Yuan and his companion, followed closely by 3 figures. These 3 people were none other than the Geishi Longxi couple and their granddaughter Meng Yuan. In the soul beast forest, the danger posed by human soul masters far surpasses that of soul beasts. At least, soul beasts are always upright and honest, while human soul masters usually resort to trickery. Upon meeting, both sides immediately became wary. "Who are you?" Meng Shu asked hurriedly. As a soul Douluo powerhouse, he could clearly sense that Qin Yuan's soul power aura was more profound than his own. Most importantly, the other party is very young. Youth has its advantages, especially with Meng Yuan in tow. If things go wrong, the couple might be able to protect themselves, but Meng Yuan would be in danger. Facing the powerful, Meng Yuan showed no arrogance and dared not utter a word of disrespect, simply hiding behind Meng Shu in silence. Lei Meng was equally nervous, but given his extraordinary status, he took the initiative to introduce himself to avoid trouble. "I am Lei Meng, and Lei Zhen is my father. If you two have nothing else to say, then farewell." Meng Shu didn't rush to speak. He whispered a few words in Chao Tianxiang's ear, and then Chao Tianxiang led Meng Yuan to continue chasing the phoenix-tailed chicken snake, leaving Meng Shu alone to deal with the two of them. Qin Yuan remained calm throughout, as if he didn't take the other party seriously. Meng Shu smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "So it's young Master Meng Shu. I am Meng Shu, and I pay my respects. So you are the peerless dragon and snake couple, it's an honor to meet you." Lei Meng smiled, but he knew exactly what was going on in his mind. Meng Shu doesn't have a good reputation in the Soul Master world. The reason he didn't make a move was because of Qin Yuan's intimidation. "Since we have no conflict of interest, how about we part ways here?" Meng Shu suggested. Qin Yuan didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. "Now that we know the Titan Ape will appear, we should help Lei Meng hunt down the spirit ring as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications." However, Meng Shu seemed unconvinced that they wouldn't get involved, and kept his distance, following them for a while. It was precisely because of Meng Shu's delay that the phoenix-tailed crested serpent fell into the hands of the Shrek team. At the same time, without Meng Shu's deterrence, Chao Tianxiang, whose abilities were only at the Soul Emperor level, dared not offend Zhao Wuji. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as she gave up her soul ring. Chapter 117 An Unexpected Joy. The territory of the Thunder Ape is located on a high mountain. The mountaintop is often shrouded in thunderclouds, and lightning strikes from time to time. The thunder roared across the heavens and earth, as if the celestial realm was about to collapse. No wonder a soul beast with 22,000 years of cultivation would rather live on the border between the outer edge of the forest and the mixed zone than in the mixed zone where the spiritual energy is more abundant. "I never expected there to be such a wonder in the forest." Lei Meng was both surprised and delighted. For a lightning attribute soul master, this area, constantly surrounded by a sea of lightning, is the place of his dreams. It's a pity that if this part of Thunder Mountain were under the control of the Lei family, perhaps. Before he could continue his reverie, Qin Yuan pulled him into the nearby woods. "No, the lightning interfered with my aura perception, but I can sense 2 powerful auras nearby." Qin Yuan frowned slightly, looked around, and quickly discovered something. A huge handprint was not far from them. The palm print was the size of a person and deeply embedded in the ground, clearly left by some powerful soul beast. The thunderous ape is an ape-like spirit beast, but its paws resemble human hands. However, these are the remains of some kind of theropod spirit beast. As he spoke, Lei Meng looked at Qin Yuan. "Teacher, bird spirit beasts generally don't have such a large weight. It's probably some kind of tyrannosaur spirit beast." Qin Yuan nodded and replied, "No need to guess, it's right there." In the nearby forest, a huge figure slowly emerged. Its steps were so light that it made almost no sound, and with the thunder covering it, the sound of trees being crushed was barely noticeable. The enormous beast head moved slowly along the treetops, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Its entire body is covered with dark blue panels, and lightning occasionally crackles on the thick panels. Lei Meng was overjoyed. "This is a 24,000-year-old thunderstorm dragon, even rarer than the thunderstorm ape, teacher." Qin Yuan gestured for him to keep quiet, and then used a telepathic communication to say to Lei Meng, the rarer the bloodline of a soul beast, the stronger its soul ring power, and the more difficult it will be to absorb. The safe limit for the 6th spirit ring is 20,000 years, but your willpower is good, so you might be able to try 22,000 years. 24,000 years is too dangerous, and it's also for rare bloodline spirit beasts. Thunderstorm dragons. These spirit beasts have no fixed territory and roam freely in the forest like street urchins. Its appearance here clearly indicates that it values the cultivation ground occupied by the thunderous ape and wants to use this place to increase its lifespan. When facing human soul masters, soul beasts always unite against a common enemy. To attack now would inevitably result in an attack from two powerful soul beasts. But Qin Yuan didn't care, he only cared about Lei Meng's safety. Teacher, I have confidence. I obtained some rare and precious materials on the battlefield before. After absorbing them, my mental strength improved. I can withstand the soul shock of 24,000 years. Lei Meng's expression was firm. While the thunder ape is good, it is far inferior to the thunder dragon. For the sake of the future, the higher the age of the spirit ring, the better. Qin Yuan no longer had any concerns. The path is one you forge yourself, no one can help you. Since Lei Meng had made up his mind, he had no more reservations. The thunderstorm dragon moved very lightly, its eyes fixed on the situation on the mountaintop, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the thunderstorm ape. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of it. The thunderstorm dragon was startled at first, then opened its blood-red maw, a ball of lightning condensed in its mouth, and then it spewed out a bolt of lightning. Qin Yuan curled his lip, and the flaming battle blade appeared in his hand. The sword energy he casually unleashed easily neutralized the thunderstorm dragon's attack. The rarer the bloodline of a soul beast, the higher its level of intelligence. Knowing it was no match for the thunderstorm dragon, it showed no hesitation and turned to flee. The thunderstorm dragon no longer controlled the weight of its steps. With each step, the ground trembled, demonstrating its enormous size. Qin Yuan scoffed, "You think you can escape?" Third soul skill, Battle Frenzy. He entered a berserk state, using his movement techniques to make his steps extremely fast. His third soul skill, besides the berserk effect, most importantly increases the attack speed when slashing. The faster the sword was swung, the more sword energy it produced, almost completely blocking the thunderstorm dragon's escape routes. The thunderstorm dragon stopped, turned around and roared, its short forelimbs snapping trees in half as it rolled toward the direction of the sword energy, attempting to weaken its power. If a contra player cannot defeat a mere 20,000-year-old soul beast in a short time, that would be truly shameful. Prepare to die. Qin Yuan raised his battle sword above his head and unleashed a powerful sword aura. The thunderstorm dragon was instantly severely injured, its massive body crashing to the ground, barely alive. Lei Meng remained on the flank of the battlefield, ready to finish off enemies at any moment. Seeing that the time was ripe, he stepped forward, his 5th spirit ring shining, 5th spirit skill, thunder and lightning. The Thunderblade martial soul was bathed in a sea of lightning, with lightning crackling on its blade and its power rapidly increasing. The full force attack of a quasi-soul emperor is only slightly stronger than that of a peak soul king, while the thunderstorm dragon is a 24,000-year-old soul beast. With its massive body, it can almost rival a human soul saint. Unfortunately, the thunder dragon had already suffered severe damage, with its panel cut open by multiple wounds from the blade energy. Lei Meng's full force attack took advantage of the situation and ended its life in one blow. A jet black, 10,000-year-old soul ring emerged from the thunderstorm dragon's body and hovered in midair. Lei Meng withdrew his attack, his eyes filled with longing for the spirit ring. The dangers in the forest don't stop there. Qin Yuan's actions just now caused quite a stir, attracting the attention of the thunderous ape. The thunderous ape was rushing down the mountain. Soul beasts have a strong sense of territory. When a fight breaks out in their territory, soul beasts will immediately drive out intruders, even at the cost of their lives. Just as the thunderous ape rushed down the mountain, it saw a blazing blade of light coming straight at it. The blade energy struck in front of it, instantly carving a deep trench in the ground. The thunder ape's eyes were filled with terror as it slunk up the mountain without a second thought. Qin Yuan chuckled, "You're quite sensible. Fine, I'll spare your life." Lightning attribute spirit beasts are already rare, and most are controlled by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. lightning spirit beasts in the Stardow Great Forest are even rarer, so keeping the thunderous ape might just benefit other spirit masters. Qin Yuan flashed a few times and arrived in front of Lei Meng. Thank you, teacher. Please protect me. Lei Meng bowed and requested. Qin Yuan smiled leisurely. Hurry up, don't waste time. Lei Meng entered the state of absorbing the soul ring, and Qin Yuan was not idle either, examining the corpse of the thunderstorm dragon. Although the chance of a 20,000-year-old soul beast dropping a soul bone is very low, it's still worth checking to avoid being taken advantage of by others. Qin Yuan wielded the flaming battle blade, unleashing several consecutive slashes, causing the thunderstorm dragon's flesh to burst open along the gaps between its bones. When the sword struck the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's left arm, it was stuck by some kind of hard substance. When Qin Yuan drew his sword, he held back his strength and did not shatter the hard object. When he peeled away the flesh, a piece of arm bone bathed in lightning appeared before his eyes. There really is a soul bone. What a lucky guy. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. Chapter 118 Thunderstorm Dragon's Soul Bone, The Melancholy Chen Zi. The thunderstorm dragon's soul bone is 24,000 years old and in excellent condition. If it were put up for auction, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan would probably spare no expense to acquire it. It's important to know that the quality of soul bones varies. Freshly forged soul bones are naturally of the best quality. If someone has absorbed them and then kills someone to steal them, the soul bone will be damaged if the bone stripping method is too crude. A soul bone with less than 60% integrity has almost lost its original function. Even if it can be absorbed, its power will be greatly reduced. Generally, soul bones with more than 70% integrity that are taken to auctions can be considered high quality. Of course, Qin Yuan had no desire for this soul bone. This soul bone was dropped by a thunderstorm dragon. Given the rarity of thunderstorm dragons, the soul skills provided by the soul bone are quite powerful. The best outcome would be for Lei Meng to absorb this soul bone after absorbing the thunderstorm dragon's soul ring. Qin Yuan had no family backing him, no ties whatsoever. Lei Meng was the only disciple he truly acknowledged. If he didn't leave his soul bone to Lei Meng, who else could he give it to? Open black lens bracket. Complete the Samsung Commission mission and you will be rewarded with a land deed. Close black lens bracket. The system panel flashed through Qin Yuan's mind for a moment, and the land deed appeared out of thin air in his hand the next second. There was no one else around, and since Lei Meng had already entered the state of absorbing the soul ring, he naturally did not notice the land deed that appeared out of thin air. Qin Yuan temporarily stored the soul bone in his soul tool to prevent its aura from attracting the attention of other powerful individuals. He paused for a moment and then began to examine the land deed. I didn't expect it to be the same piece of land where the Golden Knife Shop's headquarters is located. This saves me a lot of trouble, Qin Yuan thought with a smile. After all, in the past, he and Chen Zi had limited funds and could not directly buy a large piece of land in Tiando City, where land was extremely valuable. Previously, they had always rented land, but now that they have the land deed, they have no more worries and don't have to worry about the landlord going back on their word. Although Qin Yuan hasn't returned in recent years, he has been keeping a close eye on the development of the Golden Knife Shop. The shop that was originally bought from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was too small and was no longer sufficient as the business expanded. Today, the original shop is still located where the shop was, but the people running it are now members of a small team who are affiliated with the shop. Anyone who becomes disabled during a mission is assigned to work in the small shop, which is considered to provide them with a way to make a living. Those soul hunting teams who were still observing saw the benefits offered by the shop and were naturally willing to join its network, working even harder. Meanwhile, inside Tiando City, the landowner who originally held the land deed immediately approached Chen Zi after selling the deed. Mr. Chen, the land you rented has been bought by a mysterious buyer. That mysterious buyer is very generous and offered a price I couldn't refuse, so I have no choice but to sell the land. The landlord, looking apologetic, voluntarily paid 3 times the rent as compensation, in accordance with the contract. This is your remaining rent, plus triple compensation. Mr. Chen, please take a look. What? Chen Zi was shocked. The business of Jin Dao Xiaodian has just gotten on track. If the new landlord drives them away, where will he find a large piece of land in a short time? Once the land is gone, wouldn't the store headquarters and the soul hunter teams affiliated with them be left without a place to live? As a result, many small teams will likely take the opportunity to leave the shop. Who on earth dares to attack us? Chen Zi's face was grim. Because of Qin Yuan, the royal family has been quite supportive of the Golden Knife shop in recent years, not only helping them expand their scale but also opening branches in other cities within the empire. Who exactly is this person who disregards even the royal family and forcibly buys such a large piece of land? Chen Zi's first suspicion fell on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is wealthy and generous, and they don't hesitate to spend money. But the shop has a close relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if Ning Fengji is two-faced, he wouldn't go so far as to overturn the table, would he? If it's not the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, then it can only be the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. The Golden Knife shop has achieved its current success by leveraging the reputation established by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Chen Zi was very anxious, but he didn't know where Qin Yuan was and couldn't tell him the situation immediately. The landlord stood up and said, "Mr. Chen, whether you can continue to rent this plot of land is something you need to negotiate with the new landlord. I won't get involved." After saying that, he left. Chen Zi was also helpless. The other party has already sold the land, so what's the point of him negotiating with them again? Hopefully the new landlord will be easy to talk to, and preferably not someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Unfortunately, Chen Zi was unable to find a new landlord for some time afterward. Left with no other choice, he could only let the Golden Knife shop remain in place, thinking he would pay the rent later. Night falls in the starry sky forest. Lei Meng wasn't making things up, his mental strength had indeed been enhanced. He encountered no trouble. While absorbing the Thunderstorm Dragon's spirit ring, his aura remained stable until the spirit ring was completely absorbed. "Teacher, I succeeded. My 6th soul skill is called Thunder Shattering Star. It is a powerful attack soul skill, and after the soul skill is released, it will leave an electric arc field on the battlefield, paralyzing the enemy's body." Qin Yuan nodded. "It's a good soul skill. You can keep this soul bone." The soul bone of the Thunderstorm Dragon. Lei Meng was shocked. The older the soul beast, the greater the chance of it dropping a soul bone. But this is not absolute. Aside from the fact that a 100,000-year-old soul beast is guaranteed to drop a soul bone, even a 99,000-year-old soul beast still has a considerable chance of not dropping a soul bone. It's important to know that many title Douluo, even after absorbing high-limit spirit rings, still don't have spirit bones. Lei Meng could sense that the soul bone in front of him was of the same origin as the Thunderstorm Dragon. He obtained a soul bone through soul hunting at the Soul Emperor stage. How lucky was that? At the same time, he also knew that this good fortune was brought by Qin Yuan. If it weren't for Qin Yuan, he wouldn't have come to hunt the Thunderstorm Ape, and he certainly wouldn't have encountered that Thunderstorm Dragon. "Master, this soul bone is indeed suitable for me, so I won't stand on ceremony. However, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the Thunderstorm Dragon's soul ring and soul bone. Therefore, I am willing to buy this soul bone from you at the highest price in the auction." Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and stuffed the soul bone into Lei Meng's hand. "Do you think your master is short of money?" Lei Meng shook his head awkwardly. Qin Yuan had no ties to anyone. With his abilities, he had already made a lot of money, enough to live a carefree and happy life. "If you still acknowledge me as your master, then don't mention money. When you are strong enough to help your master someday, then all my efforts will have been worthwhile. Teacher, you've agreed to formally accept me as your disciple." Lei Meng was overjoyed. Previously, he had only addressed the teacher unilaterally. Receiving personal acknowledgement was naturally a different matter. Qin Yuan countered with a question. "Did I ever refuse?" Chapter 119. Perhaps a miracle will happen. Tonight, the starry sky forest is destined to be anything but peaceful. After Qin Yuan and his companion completed their soul hunt, they immediately left the forest. Unfortunately, the Titan ape was much faster than them and collided with them head-on. Qin Yuan's lips twitched. I knew the system wouldn't assign a mission level without reason. In fact, their collision with the Titan ape was inevitable. The Titan giant ape's strength, when converted to human soul master, would be among the best of the super Douluo, so it wouldn't be difficult for it to sense Qin Yuan's aura. The Titan ape was rushing to see Xiao Wu, but upon noticing a powerful figure near her, he naturally wanted to drive Qin Yuan away. At the same time, the Titan ape possessed extraordinary intelligence, and before being certain of Qin Yuan's methods, it dared not attempt to kill him. After all, humans are treacherous. If Qin Yuan escapes and discovers something amiss later, Xiao Wu will be in danger. The Titan ape spread its steel-like arms, pounded its chest, and roared throughout the entire forest. The Titan ape, king of the forest. Lei Meng's face turned ashen. Legend has it that the Titan giant ape could even kill a title Douluo. He and Qin Yuan were only a soul emperor and a soul Douluo, so how could they be a match for the Titan giant ape? Even if Qin Yuan has the ability to escape, can he really escape with this burden on his shoulders? Having accomplished what I've always dreamed of, is death the next step? Lei Meng completely lost the will to resist. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced this feeling. Not long ago on the battlefield, wasn't he being hunted down by powerful figures from the Star Luo Empire just as he was preparing to retire after completing his predetermined merits? If it weren't for the brocade pouch left by Qin Yuan, he would already be dead. Titan giant ape, I know you can understand human speech. Qin Yuan blocked Lei Meng's path, 8 spirit rings of various colors, purple, black, and red, shimmering beneath his feet. I have no intention of being your enemy, but if you persist in your actions, then it will be a fight to the death. A 100,000-year soul ring. The Titan ape's face turned grim. He didn't know how Qin Yuan absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring at the Soul Saint stage. But the fact that the other party was able to absorb it successfully meant that he must have extraordinary methods, or perhaps a 100,000-year soul beast had offered itself to him. The Titan ape couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow, like a rabbit mourning the death of a fox. Either way, it proves that Qin Yuan is not someone to be trifled with. If a major battle breaks out and a beast tide erupts in the forest, it will also affect Xiao Wu. Humans, get out of the Stardow Great Forest right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. The Titan giant ape spoke in human language, shouting sternly. Qin Yuan snorted coldly, grabbed Lei Meng by the collar with one hand, and quietly left, his feet brushing against the evening breeze. Seeing that he did not go in Xiao Wu's direction, the Titan ape breathed a slight sigh of relief and stopped bothering him. After finding a safe place, Lei Meng belatedly realized what had happened. Luckily, we had a teacher. That Titan ape was terrifying. Lei Meng said, still shaken. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he hurriedly asked, Teacher, your 100,000-year soul ring. Qin Yuan shook his head helplessly and said, My 100,000-year soul ring did not come from a 100,000-year soul beast. You will understand when you have the opportunity to come into contact with that level in the future. Keep this to yourself and don't go around telling others, lest you arouse their envy. For an ordinary soul master, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring is already a blessing. Who would have thought that their teacher actually had two? Not to mention others, even. Lei Meng was very envious. Fortunately, the Titan ape did not choose to engage them, otherwise Qin Yuan did not know if he could have escaped. Of course, Qin Yuan had already guessed the result when the system rated the task as 3 stars. If he were to actually fight the Titan ape to the death, the mission rating would probably be at least 4 stars, or even 5 stars. The master and apprentice slowed their pace to avoid running into the Titan ape again. On Shrek Academy's side, everything unfolded as it did in the original timeline. Xiao Wu was captured by the Titan giant ape, and after Tang San unleashed his power, he consumed Oscar's sausage and chased after her alone. Qin Yuan and Lei Meng slowed their pace, encountering all sorts of strange and unsettling people along the way. After all, they had deviated from the route in the data, and without any precautions, they encountered countless low-level soul beasts. However, Lei Meng was the one who did most of the work along the way. His strength has just broken through, and he urgently needs to rely on battles to consolidate his current strength. Teacher, this human-faced demon spider is a bit strange. I killed it, but it didn't spin any silk. Also, it seems to have a wound on its abdomen. I guess someone tried to hunt it but failed. Lei Meng muttered to himself. However, they were lucky. It's hard to determine the age of the human-faced demon spider. This guy's age is 2,000 years old. It's too old to be the third soul ring, and too young to be the fourth soul ring. His second half of the sentence caught Qin Yuan's attention. The 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, with wounds on its abdomen, isn't this the one that Tang San killed in the original timeline? Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, Tang San lost an important external soul bone. Of course, external soul bones only appear along with soul rings. Since Lei Meng cannot absorb its soul ring, he naturally cannot obtain this external soul bone. Qin Yuan made a judgment in his mind, and sure enough, he ran into Tang San not far away. Tang San was in very poor condition at this time, and he could not even walk steadily. He rushed all the way here, and clearly encountered many obstacles from soul beasts along the way. Tang San, why are you hunting souls alone? Aren't you Shrek Academy members supposed to team up? Lei Meng had heard about Shrek Academy and knew that Shrek's teachers never helped their students hunt for souls. At this moment, one can't help but feel a little schadenfreude. Tang San didn't explain, but knelt down in front of the two men with a thud. Senior Qin, brother, Xiaowu has been captured by the Titan giant ape. I, Tang San, have no other choice but to beg you to save Xiaowu. In the future, I, Tang San, am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse to repay your kindness. If Tang San were to be treated like a slave, Tang Hao would probably kill them in the next second. Qin Yuan would not be able to enjoy such treatment. Lei Meng wasn't surprised at all, and said with a hint of sympathy, Tang San, don't even mention you, we also encountered the Titan ape. Luckily, our teacher intervened, otherwise the Titan ape would have attacked. We were too busy taking care of ourselves to have any intention of fighting the Titan ape. That Titan ape can speak human language, so it's undoubtedly a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Even if we wanted to help you, we couldn't. A 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang San hesitated, then stopped himself from speaking. A 100,000-year-old soul beast is the ruler of all soul beasts, an absolute powerhouse. Yu Xiaogang once told him that ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts are no weaker than level 95 titled Douluo. A being like the Titan giant ape is likely far stronger than an ordinary super Douluo. Faced with such a formidable enemy, avoiding him was the best option, so why would Qin Yuan and his companion agree to his request? Qin Yuan bent down and gently patted Tang San's shoulder. Maybe a miracle will happen. The Titan ape's intelligence is comparable to that of an adult. Perhaps he just finds Xiaowu interesting and will release her when he gets tired of her. If you want revenge, you should acquire a suitable third spirit ring now, instead of letting anger cloud your judgment. Chapter 120. If reasoning doesn't work, then fists will. Having spent a long time in Wuhan City, Qin Yuan's impression of Yu Xiaogang was extremely poor. This was unavoidable. After all, his colleagues often used Yu Xiaogang as a negative example. Having heard others mention him for a long time, and given that Yu Xiaogang was indeed quite despicable, Qin Yuan naturally looked down on him. If Qin Yuan were placed in Yu Xiaogang's position, he might not be able to break through in terms of strength either, but he wouldn't give up on himself, much less complain about his fate. With such a good background, he could easily live a life of leisure and idleness. Even if one wants to make achievements in theory, shouldn't one proceed steadily and step by step? But what about Yu Xiaogang? In pursuit of fame and fortune, he stole the fruits of others' labor. Even any normal person would be ashamed to be associated with Yu Xiaogang. Tang San's future double standards are largely due to the wrong ideas instilled in him by Yu Xiaogang. Qin Yuan treated Tang San as just a passerby and didn't take him seriously. The fact that I can talk to him calmly and peacefully is due to my own good manners. Tang San looked stunned. He knew Qin Yuan was right, but he was unwilling to give up on Xiaowu. Just then, an angry voice came from afar. Ah! Grandpa, Grandma, my spirit ring is gone again. Looking towards the sound, they saw that the Geishi Longshi couple and Meng Yiren had come again. Qin Yuan turned around and sneered, they really are like a persistent ghost. If the Titan ape hadn't disrupted their departure from the forest, they might never have witnessed this scene. It's you again. You've interfered with our soul hunting time and time again. Do you want to be our enemy? Chao Tianxiang's expression was unfriendly. During the day, it was because Qin Yuan and his companion held back Meng Shu that Oscar was able to absorb the phoenix tail-crested serpent spirit ring. Now that they Have met Qin Yuan and his companion again, the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring is also gone. You guys are all in cahoots. I knew it was too much of a coincidence. Meng Yiren pointed at Tang San and cursed angrily. So what if Qin Yuan is a strong person? Do you really think they're easy to bully? Their previous concessions were a gesture of respect to the Duke's mansion. Now that they've provoked them again, do they really think the peerless dragon and snake family is easy to bully? Young Master Lei, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Meng Shu's expression was equally unpleasant. As for Qin Yuan, he couldn't discern his true strength, assuming he was merely a powerful figure from the Duke's mansion. Tang San is clearly a member of Shrek Academy, so why is he involved with the Duke's mansion? Or is it that the Duke's mansion is behind Shrek Academy? Teacher, Lei Meng was unsure. The Stardow Great Forest is inherently a dangerous place, so it is entirely reasonable that the human-faced demon spider would take the initiative to ambush him and be killed by him. The way the Meng Shu family acted was far too domineering. As the heir to a dukedom in the Heavenly Dou Empire, Lei Meng naturally looked down on the powerful families of these kingdoms. However, the dragon and snake couple were relentless, and since the Duke's powerful figures were not present, only the teacher could resolve the situation. Qin Yuan did not back down. He stepped forward and said indifferently, "Keep an eye on your granddaughter. Don't you understand the saying that trouble comes from the mouth?" Meng Shu laughed in fury. "We've met before, and I gave you a chance. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Very well indeed. I'll show you what it means to have trouble with your words." 8 spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, his aura as a soul Douluo undisguised. Tang San knew the gravity of the situation. This matter had nothing to do with Qin Yuan and the other person. He quickly said, "Senior Long Gong, our Shrek Academy has no connection with Senior Qin. I think you must have misunderstood something. Even if it's a misunderstanding, Meng Shu will not let go. As a powerful figure in the Soul Master world, face is more important than anything else. If he were to be intimidated today by some unknown junior, how could Meng Shu maintain his standing in the Soul Master world in the future? Tang San, I've heard of you from Yiran. I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you're willing to join my family, I might consider sparing your life," Meng Shu said. Tang San's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands in greeting. "If Senior Dragon Lord can save Xiao Wu from the Titan Giant Ape, I am willing to join your family and will have no other intentions." Qin Yuan, standing to the side, couldn't help but smile to himself. If Tang San really joined the Dragon and Snake clan, then the Dragon and Snake clan might one day be surnamed Tang. Otherwise, Tang Hao would not let it go. As for now, Qin Yuan really didn't want to deal with this couple. And Meng Yiren was a troublemaker too, she just deserved a beating. Titan Giant Ape, Meng Shu sneered, raising his dragon staff high. "Tang San, you've resorted to such nonsense to get me to back down. Fine, I won't mind killing one more of you." Meng Yiren held her head high. She was very dissatisfied when Tang San defeated Meng Yiren. Since she was no match for Tang San, she no longer needed to live in his shadow after his death. Meng Shu, very well, I'll remember you. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. Lei Meng laughed instead of getting angry. No wonder Qin Yuan described Meng Shu as short-sighted. Now I finally understand. Meng Shu remained unperturbed, his spirit rings gleaming beneath his feet. "Since you refuse to give up, then don't blame this old man." Before he could finish speaking, a chill inexplicably swept over him. He suddenly turned his head and saw that Chao Tianxiang was struggling to hold on, while Meng Yiren lay on the ground in a daze. What a powerful mental attack. Meng Shu suddenly looked around and saw that the battlefield was already enveloped by a domain. This is a domain. There were no spirit rings shining beneath Qin Yuan's feet, nor any fluctuations in his spirit bones, proving that this was a talent domain. Meng Shu didn't know much about Soul Master theory, but he knew that any Soul Master with a talent domain was an extremely powerful being, and even many titled Douluo had never possessed a domain. Since reasoning doesn't work, and I happen to know a little bit about martial arts, Qin Yuan stepped forward, like a demon from a sea of blood and hell, a sight that chilled anyone to the bone. "Who are you? Is there some misunderstanding?" Meng Shu felt heavy-hearted and kept breathing heavily, trying to calm himself down. The power of the God of Slaughter domain made it difficult for him to muster the will to resist, and his strength was even suppressed by 20%. Old man, now you know you're wrong. Damn it, you really deserve a beating. Lei Meng cursed. Tang San was filled with shock. He had heard Yu Shaogang mention domain-type soul skills. These were abilities possessed only by absolute powerhouses. Zhao Wuji dared not offend the peerless dragon and snake couple, but this teacher Qin did not take them seriously at all. This teacher Qin seemed to be much more powerful than he had expected. When Qin Yuan was 10 zhang away from Meng Shu, he suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of Meng Shu in an instant. The martial spirit of the battle blade instantly appeared and slashed down, showing no intention of letting Meng Shu go. Even though Meng Shu was suppressed by the domain, he dared not be careless in the face of life and death, and immediately raised his dragon staff to withstand the heavy blow. Qin Yuan's strength was considerable. This strike actually forced Meng Shu to kneel on one knee, clearly indicating that the impact had seriously injured the latter.